go step by step to have a very good discussion on things as they are today, even with organ harvesting and up to 2027 and beyond. Asante sana and good evening. Happy Easter.
Happy Easter. Yes, that's of course the highlight of the day with Easter. Professor Karuti, I extend the mic to you. Kindly accept my invite as well. Honorable Susion, also extend the mic to you as well. And thank you, Honorable Richard Onyonko, for joining us this evening. We're looking forward to, of course, hearing from you. And Jeremiah, good evening. And thank you for joining us. So we're just getting introductory remarks. Let me hear from Onyonka, your speaker is on. I mean, yes, I can see your mic is on.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to be here. Sorry I didn't show up last week, but I'll be showing up.
Your sins are forgiven.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yes, thank you. You know, everyone was asking me, hey, are you putting up Onyonka's and other politicians, you know, faces as a bait, you know? So it should be like a sort of a clickbait. But no, truly, we speak sometimes they get caught up as well. But then when they show up, we really appreciate it because also they enrich the discussion because they are the people who, of course, are the legislators. And when we discuss these things, when they're here is good so that they take it to Parliament. We had Dr. James Nikal. He was just coming from a meeting. Once he settled down, we should be on. Jeremiah Kioni, good to see you. Good evening. Let me just also extend a hearty welcome to you. Thank you for joining us. Let's hear your voice.
Asante sana, Dibala. I'm happy to be here. Happy Easter to everybody. I want to listen like more than talk. I can see veterans here. I need to learn more from them.
Hey, you're a consummate veteran as well. So what do you mean that you can see veterans here? Yeah, where with all the pictures, with all the pictures, of course, flanking Matiang'I, you cannot really afford not to speak. So you wouldn't be a fly on the wall here tonight. I promise you.
We will speak. I see Kabado. Is Kabado with us? Not yet.
Oh, Kabado, yes, he's supposed to be with us as well. So yeah, he will join us momentarily. Thank you. Nice to hear your voice. Let's hear from Professor Gitile Naituli. You went missing, of course, flying under the radar, but I saw your name somewhere. Maybe that could have been the reason amongst some of the people who had applied for the IBC to be interviewed as well. So you wanted to keep your mouth a bit mealy-mouthed so that at least you should save face when it comes to the panelists as well. Is that so? I'm just saying this with my tongue, of course, family in check. Good evening. Thank you for joining us.
Hello, evening, everybody, and happy Easter. I'm glad to be here for the first time. And Bao, you are right. I went under Kidogo. But you see, these Kenyans are very interesting. They didn't even short the list. I don't know, you get shortlisted one time, you attend the interview, and the next one you don't qualify. But I was told that both the opposition submitted a list and the government submitted a list. So they have basically been taking Kenyans for a ride. They already have the 6 they wanted to employ. And that is what has become our Kenyan basically.
Oh, so that you're not among the...
And that means I'm neither opposition nor government.
So, no, you cannot be in a demilitarized zone. You've got to be somewhere at least. You know, they normally say the human being is atavistic. So you could be hanging on somewhere.
At least as far as IBC is concerned, it appeared I was neither in opposition nor in government. That's why I was not submitted.
All right, we'll hear from you later. Thank you.
Santi.
Dibao.
Professor Karuti, can you hear us? Hello? Professor Karuti Kanyinga.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, you're muted. Yes. You can hear us?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for joining us.
I'm here to listen more than speak today. Yeah.
But of course, we'll be picking from your. We'll be picking from your. Of course, we'll be picking your brains as well along the way. I want to also.
I'll do that. Yes.
Thank you. Haman Manyora joining us from Ushago. I know you're talking about kindly, first of all, accept my invite to speak so that you can also hear your voice as well this evening. The last time we were speaking, you were in upcountry, right? And so you're not really sure about also the network from there. But I want to, of course, extend a hearty welcome to you as well. So we have a lot to cover before we hear from Mohammed Manyora as he gets the mic and put his ducks in a row. We want to hear from Wilson Sosion as well. Mushimura, you've not accepted my invite to speak, right? Oh yeah, there you are. Wilson Sosion, good evening. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, good evening, Dibal. Yeah, I'm happy to be here today. And I can see you have new guests on the list and a very interesting topic. I would be keen to see how we navigate and discuss this particular matter. Thank you, Dibal. And Benji.
Thank you very much. And so, yes, we want to thank you for, of course, also being consistent as well. I wish this was young. Right, we want just to get to brass tacks right now and discuss a lot of issues because of interest of time, and we have, of course, many voices here. We want also to make sure that we optimize some of this public intellectuals that we do have that will enrich our discussion this evening. Many things have been happening, as I mentioned earlier, just for my intro. The recent revelations of possible organ trafficking at a hospital in Nairobi, which we know is a public, of course, in the public domain right now. The exposure of this crime by also an Israeli firm that have reopened urgent questions about the state of medical ethics, regulatory oversight, and exploitation in Kenya. And as I mentioned, I tried and connected this, which really echoes uncomfortably familiar with the Shakahola massacre or previous cases of human trafficking. And today's discussions, we want just to unpack how such crimes continue to thrive in the shadows and what we must do to end it. And we know it brings the harrowing tortures that, or the harrowing memories, sobering memories of Shakahola tragedy. To me, I think that was the day of ignominy that we do had in this country when we had so many people still dying, investigations still underway. And this is where I would like us just to begin before we drill deeper and to get into the politics of things. We know human life is sacred. We know that all of us, we have the image of God. That's what they say. All of us, we have the image of God within us. The imago Dei, as they call it, right? And when we have people harvesting or taking advantage of one another, is it related to anything that we know when it comes to the femicide? Is it related to also the Mukuru Kwanjenga slums where we had all these bodies? Is there any remote connection that is a connective tissue that is underpinning with the organ trafficking? And I wanted just to begin with you, Richard Onyonka, because from the Senate, you're member of the team that, of course, went down even to the Shakahola to come up with a report. And when you had these revelations about Medihill and the suspension of some of the state officials that were involved in this, the complicity, is it really coming from the left, or there's something ulterior really happening? Let's just begin from there before we discuss matters politics. Honorable Richard Onyonka.
Thank you, Dibal. And first of all, I also want to recognize and appreciate all the individuals here on. I appreciate the work that all of you are doing for us to engage and run through this. Dibal, the issue of Shakahola is a reflection of where our country is. I received that information about the Medihill Hospital from somebody. These days, people send documents to us on the phone. And I decided I'm going to ask the questions because I realized that this matter has been kind of put under the rug for a very long time. The truth is, we have body part trafficking in our country. We have human trafficking in our country. I am not sure that our DCI and the police and even the intelligence system that we have right now, given the magnitude and the intense, because it becomes an international crime. And when it is that way, it is obviously a lot of money is involved. And to tell you, Dibal, the truth is that in other parts of the countries, other parts of the world, there are individuals who are in hospitals who are waiting for body parts, either livers, hearts, or whatever it is. And crooks will always, if the system that is supposed to monitor, that is supposed to supervise, that is supposed to oversight is broken down, the consequences you see are the ones that you are seeing right now with Medihill and indeed Shakahola. Shakahola, the national intelligence failed. Why? Because people were exchanging money. People were being arrested, were being lured into that area. Some of them were lured using all sorts and all methods. Money exchanged hands. Very many people were killed. The investigation which we did was not thorough for the simple reason that we are not able to handle forensics as the Senate. We just went there as witnesses. And you look at all that, and then you try and link it up with what is coming out from Eldoret now. I just think that we need to be much more alert, and I can tell you, I sometimes feel really hopeless because this is something that is not even political. This is something that a good government organizes, make sure the agencies that are supposed to handle this create even some special agencies to try and manage this and deal with it. And somehow, because of the corruption that we have in our country, even if those agencies came and decided to engage, I can tell you the truth. The moment Kenyans realize how much money is being made from certain activities in the republic, whether it's drug dealing, whether it's selling body parts, whether it's selling whatever you want to call it, then the stakes get higher, and Kenyans are very, very good at it. So if you don't have agencies that are going to be funded properly, that are going to be detribalized, that are going to be de-corruptionized, agencies that are going to stand up and fight without state intervention, without the executive intervening. The problem with our country is that the executive runs on everything. So even when individuals in those agencies may want to work, you'll find that they're always worried and scared because they don't know who does what anymore. And that is my basic interpretation of what's going on right now.
Yeah, very unfortunate. Thank you so much. And I want just to also rope in Dr. James Nikal, because that is the domain of course, the health committee right now. We know there has been suspension of officials. We eagerly waiting to see also what Parliament will do. And Dr. Nikal, thank you for joining us. I don't know what you're learning from this, because there seems to be a deep rot, and people are taking advantage of Kenyans right now. Many questions asked, they're being asked, just as we've mentioned, or we've had Honorable Nyonka mentioning the issue of policy and accountability as well. We have ethic, consent, and exploitation that we want also to look at. International collaboration, because this cannot be thriving if there's not a proper network and infrastructure of where these organs are being ferried as well. And selling a kidney for a son, I think that is unjustifiable and is unethical, especially in the medical practice. I don't know if we have any legislation that is up the clotic sleeves of Parliament, like maybe the Tissue Act, that other countries also have embedded and entrenched. I would love to hear that. And of course, also yield the floor to Haman Manyora. Before I come to you, Dr. Nikal, let me just hear from Haman Manyora joining us from Ushago as well. Good evening, Haman. Thank you for joining us.
Good evening, Dibal, and good evening, everybody else.
Yes.
Awesome. Yeah, good evening, everybody. Let off the mic, Dibal, so that the echo disappears. Thank you very much. I'm happy to be around. Like I was happy last week, and like I might be happy next week. I have heard Richard Onyonka loud and clear. Lack of institutions, lack of agencies, corruption, and all that. I think the basic problem we have in this country goes beyond that. We live in a country where people don't love their country. You know, a country must have people who love it. People who are willing to put down their life for that country. A country must have people who can't allow certain things to happen to the country and to fellow countrymen. The problem with this country, this is a country free for all. I mean, nobody cares about this country. Nobody cares what we eat, what drugs we take. Nobody cares what citizens are subjected to. Because really, apart from chasing money, there is nothing else a Kenyan can do. We have made money everything. We do not leave even a small space, a tiny space for loving your country and fellow countrymen. So that it doesn't touch anybody, but that these kind of things are happening. You know, I began hearing this story of body parts long time ago. It's not likely that the people in charge of this country have not heard of the same. It's unlikely that the security sector hasn't heard of that. How can we ordinary people know and they didn't know? Now they are pretending they want to investigate. What do they want to investigate? So the bottom line, the bar is simple. Until we get to a point where there are enough men and women like Richard Onyonka who love this country, nothing will ever work for this country. The citizens will be subject to all manner of things, but nobody will care, especially those in power. It is sad, but let's hope that one day we'll get leadership that will truly love this country, that will care a great deal about the people, and that will not allow certain things. Because today, Dubai, if you are looking for any of these body parts with 10,000, 20,000, there'll be people willing to do it. Look at the gambling going on in this country. Can a country survive this kind of gambling? You know, look at the drug peddling in this country. Look at foreigners having a field day with drugs in this country. A country must have men and women who love it. And I think that is a problem. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much, Aman Manyora. We just to set the tone for the conversation so that at least we can hear from Dr. James Gikal much later on the legislation, and of course what the health committee will be doing, just to lay, of course, the groundwork and to just cop the lay of the land. I want to invite Professor Gitila Naituli, because I remember when we had the issue of Shakahola, I never saw it from the perspective of him talking about human organ trafficking. And of course, people are speculating around it. It's not been well established if it's true. But along the way, we saw, yes, maybe there is a modicum of truth somewhere. Maybe there is a tinge of truth somehow. We cannot truly establish. And there's some nefarious activities happening in the country that is unbeknownst to many people. So I was also quite consternated to find even some of the investigations or the probings that were going on could highlight that as well. And Richard Onyoka will tell us much more of what they really, saw on the ground. Up to now, most families have not even gotten the bodies. We know the issue of DNA testing, forensic testing is quite expensive, and we saw the number ticking up to the region of over 1,000. Professor Gitila Naituli, I want to just get your perspective, even looking at what is currently in the state of play with the organ trafficking. What have you been reading from your tea lips?
Well, our problem as Kenyans is to go around in circles. I mean, I've listened to Richard Onyoka carefully. Onyoka knows that this government is extremely powerful state. It's a government that you can't do anything, actually. An ordinary person can't do anything without being arrested the following day. So in short, if you remember, when we were in Gate here and Shakahola came, I told you straight away this is organ harvesting. Because you look at the profile of the way they were announcing. These were young people, young people. And the fact that something of that magnitude can it take place in Kenya, it can only take place under the blessing of the state. So let's just face it. It's the government that is eating its people here. It's not foreigner or Kenyans cannot commit crimes of this level and then get away with it without the state being involved. So this is the same as having sugar with the mercury, then it's sold to the Kenyans, having contaminated the cooking oil. You have to look at these things in global terms. We, unfortunately for the people of Kenya, is that I know Manyora was going also around this. The straight point is that for the 60 years, the Kenyans never earned a government of Kenya. And government is like an individual. It has a mind. A colonial mind is it extracts and it doesn't care what happens to you because it's not interested in you. So the first government, colonial mind. The second government under Moi, colonial mind. We got a break with the Kibaki. We got a government that resembled a government of Kenya under Kibaki. And the things seemed to work. The agencies Richard Nyoka was talking about, what? They started protecting people. KEF started protecting Kenya. DCI started protecting Kenya. And then we lapsed in 2013. We went back to our colonial mind. We are now continuing in our colonial state. So the Kenyans are basically on their own. A crime this level can never take place in our country with a government that loves its people. So your problem is the government. The election is coming in 2027. Maybe we will now elect a government of Kenya by Kenyans, not a colonial extractive state, which is what we have. Organ harvesting is part of extraction. Contaminated cooking oil is part of the extraction. Sugar with the mercury is part of the extraction. Corruption has become the largest government expenditure, part of the corruption. I mean, part of the extraction. We behave when we have power as if we are going somewhere else, as if we are not going to be in Kenya. So let's not mislead one another. The organ harvesting is under supervision of the state. Otherwise, those people would have been arrested the first time they touch a Kenyan. This is a strong state. Nobody should fool you. The Kenyan government is one of the strongest government on the planet Earth. There is nothing you can do. When they want to work, they will get you the next morning after you have done it. Thank you. What happened?
Thank you. We can hear you. Thank you. Yes.
Yes.
Well, very quite vividly put, and you raise also very pertinent questions, but also the issue of is it happening under the watch of government? There's government involved? I think maybe it would be nice also to have any stitch of evidence, scrap of proof to also try and lay on the table as well. But thank you for your comments. These are issues that we want to interrogate here. Allow me just to invite Professor Peter Kagwanja also to weigh in briefly. Then we shall hear from James Chikal and Honorable Richard Onyonka. Kabano is having some guests, of course, siku ya Pasaka. Watu wanataka kubarikiwa, so will be joining us momentarily as well. All right, over to you, Peter Kagwanja. I yield the floor to you. Good evening. Kindly remember to unmute if you're speaking. Professor Peter Kagwanja, kindly remember to unmute if you're speaking. Calling on you 1, calling on you 2, calling on you 3. All right. Let me just invite Dr. James Chikal as we're waiting for Peter Kagwanja to join us. Professor Dr. James Chikal, over to you.
Thank you, Debal. Let me also appreciate that we have this opportunity to be with you today. I missed last week. I was on the other week. And I think we have very important issues to discuss. and the issue of organ harvesting, I share the view that it's something that can't go on if it is going on without involvement or without somebody looking the other side, because the issue of harvesting organs is complex. It's not that you will go to the street and get somebody get their kidney and put it into another person. The first thing that has to happen is that the two people have to be tissue matched. You have to get some blood, you have to get some tissues, so that you know that the kidney you are taking, for example, will not be rejected by the body of the person that is receiving it. And even when you have done that, then the actual harvesting should be done the same time that it will be put in. So you will probably have two theaters running side by side. You will have actually two theaters running side by side, so that the team that is harvesting maybe start a little earlier, the team that is going to put it in start a little later, but it should be timed such that when that organ has been harvested, this other one is actually, the other team is ready to actually put it in. And so that is complex. The amount of laboratory work that it has to be done before you use the tissue is important. Even in places where they transport them, like in Europe, it's a very complex thing, because people are tissue matched before. And if there's a patient, we know this patient in this place is tissue matched to this level. And so if an organ gets available somewhere, even in those developed countries, they know the moment they want to transport that organ, you don't have much time. You can't take hours, okay? You can freeze them, but even freezing doesn't take. So that you say, in this town, we now have an organ that is available. So in the other town, there's the patient who can receive it, who has been matched, start the operations. We are coming, we are harvesting this organ, and we'll freeze it for the meantime that we are traveling with it. And it reaches there in a very short time. I don't think you are talking of hours. So if, and I'm saying if it is happening, that can't happen without very elaborate arrangement. So for me, when I heard of Shakahola and organ, what I've been waiting for now, I'm in the health committee, I'm the chair, and I really have to go out and find out where are the labs that this tissue matching is happening. If you get that person whose organ, when do you take the blood? When do you match it? When do you know who is going to get it? That is the first thing you know. And when they're negotiating, who links them together? So it's a complex thing. And all I can say is that for me, I think now I'm in a position that I will get to the bottom of it. Now, the Cabinet Secretary for Health has said he has stopped the operations. But for all I know, that hospital actually had other problems, I think, with NHIF, and has not been operating for a long time. So I don't know what we have stopped now. Maybe it should have been stopped earlier. So that is something, as our committee, will probably wait and hear what is it they have done. We'll have to look at what have they put in place to look at it. Is it something going to work? If not, we'll get in ourselves and go and see how this complex procedure is going. What made me think that there may be some issue in it was, I just read that somebody said that our patients come with their donors. That means there is some process going on somewhere where there's a link between these two people, where they are being matched, where the tissue, blood is being taken, sent abroad to who is the recipient and matched. So then they come into Kenya and they get this guy. Is very complex. I think we'll have to get to the bottom of it. Having said the complexity of it, human beings are ingenious. But I want to join everybody saying the problem we have in this country are basically two or three. Number one is corruption, politics, and business. And if you are in ethnicity, the four things, it is a toxic mixture. So that even technical things cannot be done properly because corruption gets in, and even when people are being appointed, ethnicity gets in, and even when you are investigating something, oh, this is our person, the politics gets in, and and the worst bit is when money gets in, then nobody wants to look at anything. People just look at money, 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 money all the time. My tribe all the time. My party all the time. Now, there are certain things in nature that defy ethnicity, they defy politics, they defy money because those are the laws of nature. If you're a scientist, you call it science. If you have not, you call it the laws of nature. So we don't follow them. And governance is very important. I had the opportunity to work in the government of President Kibaki. And one thing that I really appreciated, technical people are really appreciated. Directors, you would have 2-3 ministers who are agreed on something, and you would ask, where is the director? And then you will listen to the director. The technical people are the people who understand how the physical world works. The political world organizes the physical world, but it has no power over the rules of the physical world. The technical people do. So whatever you want to do, we should listen to the technical people. Do we? My experience is that we don't, except that brief moment when we had President Kibaki. With that, then we had a bit of that. And then let me talk about, we are talking that maybe the next election we are going to get government that will listen. Let me tell you, the issue of money, let me just say this. The issue of money and politics is something we have to look at in this country. And I think 2027, money is going to play a much bigger role in convincing the people on how to vote. People give out so much money, you wonder, where does this money come from? Even in a small election, people are giving millions, even in a ward election, So those are the things we have to look at. But I know our politics is not right. The way we're relating with the physical world has been really affected by politics, ethnicity, and corruption. So things will not just work. And our value, which is money-based, has made the whole thing a real mess. That's what I can say about this for now. Hello?
Thank you, Dr. Nikal. Thank you for those comments as well. And we'll discuss, put tails on those, just to double click on what you're saying and on money and politics with the campaign finance bill as well. I think it's, gathering dust in the National Assembly. You'll know also where the traction of it is. You'll also highlight on that much later. Let me just rope in Richard Onyonka before I come to you, Professor Peter Kagwanja, briefly. Given that the Israeli firm's role, given its role in exposing the alleged trafficking,
yes,
what does this really reveal about Kenya's internal mechanism for detecting and responding to such crimes? Because this is not the first time that we caught, so to speak, with a lack of better term, pants down. Yeah, we saw the Shakahola, and it looks like the government is. It really came from the left side. The government was caught unawares. Everyone now is trying to put up a task force, as it were, and trying to probe what really happened. The Mutava report also on the charge and the various activities that is happening there as well. You're heavily involved in that. Why was it not really Kenya detecting this? Again, it is foreigners. We have the Israeli firm involved here.
You see, Dibal, for a very long time, let me say, to be fair, maybe for the last 3 years, on a weekly basis, monthly basis, I've been actually looking, analyzing, and trying to understand what is wrong with our system of governance. And what has dawned on me, and that is why I started saying the system is broken. Our system is broken in such a manner that if you listen to what Dr. Nyikali is talking about, if you listen to what Herman Manyora is saying, if you listen to what Professor Naituli, my friend, is saying, we have a country right now that has been disjointed so deliberately that those things that are supposed to be obvious. I mean, it is supposed to be obvious that we know, for example, who is shipping out our women to Saudi Arabia and everywhere. How do they go? Which records do we have? Where do these people come from? But all the time, what do? We receive dead bodies. And the story ends there. And you can look at many of the cases going on. We are talking about real time slavery, where Kenyans are being taken by agents to go and work in Saudi Arabia. Then they are removed from the jobs which were paying them reasonably well. They are shifted over to a place where they don't have their passports. They can't earn. Some of them are not eating in 2 weeks or 3 weeks. That is disallowed to happen to its citizens. So when you come and look at the things that are happening right now in terms of this thing of body parts being sold and everything, our systems are broken. I know what Professor Herman Minyora said. I completely understand what you're saying. We do not have people who love this country, and we are not saying this condescendingly. There are no people who are willing to give their last energy for us to agree that we need a good education. How do we fix it? We need good roads. How are we going to do that? We need to stop the stealing of public resources. How are we going to capture that? What are we going to do to make sure we have good teachers? Our nurses are first class in the world. You must have a people who have a mindset. How you intervene with it or how one would achieve that, I honestly do not know. But the conclusion I've reached is that we are so dysfunctionalized. The country has become so broken down. It's so corrupt. And some of the corrupt is so finessed. I mean, every single sector, you can go to the National Assembly, come to the Senate, you live there, go to the police service, leave, go to the courts. So my feeling, honestly, is that some of us need to now begin to ask, do we need a constituent assembly where we call each other and we say, you know what, yes, we need a better country than this. You know what, yes, we need to follow the rule of law. You know what, this, we have a constitution, yes. Then we can begin to tell Kenyans, elect good people, people who have got principle, people who have got capacity. Don't go and look for these wash fellas who come to leadership simply because all they want is to have the largesse, fly out their helicopters, drive these big cars, have good homes, big homes which they don't even need. And yet, when you look at the public, who are the employers, the public that is in a mess right now, then you begin to ask and question yourself, where are we going as a country? And my suggestion is we need to put on the brakes and begin to interrogate the issues affecting the country. And these issues must be handled. Otherwise, we have no country. That's my view.
Thank you, Honorable Richard Dunyonka. Thank you for your sentiments. You're raising a hand on a point of order, Benjidol, briefly, before we invite Professor Peter Kagwanja, and then we have also Jeremiah Kony responding.
Dibal, it's not a point of order. As we proceed, it's always good to continue to give context to the conversation. I just wanted to follow up on my friend Senator Onyonka. Senator Onyonka's father was one of the founding fathers, if you may, of leadership in this country, what sacrifice is. And the reason I want to give this context, Dibal, is because there's a lot of complaining, there's a lot of agony. The senator has spoken about people flying choppers and having all these different homes while the electorates are poor. And so I want to put it to you, brethren, that we now have a rotten culture that needs to be fixed. But how did this culture get rotten? This culture did not happen to get rotten. It is we, the Kenyan people, the voters, both the voters and the leaders, who have become part and parcel of a toxic, I believe, evil spirit driven um, you know, culture. And how does this happen? You find that leaders tell a lot of lies, MPs campaigning say this, they say we'll do this, we'll do that. There's been a lot of fight on CDF Debal, for example, because this is just used as a manipulation tool. And so the question is why? So just to give you maybe one or two small examples, you've got at Langata Cemetery now a situation where next to the cemetery are illegal houses built on grabbed land, and people have actually bought and rented and live in those houses next to a cemetery. Now, how do you explain that? And how is that acceptable? And it goes back to the beginning of the conversation where Professor Manyora asserted quite aggressively that, especially as a leader, you must be a patriot. You must be guided by certain values and certain, you know, guardrails that if you're working in the county, how do you approve something that is wrong, something that is illegal? And this culture is there throughout because road contractors do less, you know, less material for strength of roads. Those charged with cleaning refuse to clean. Those that hire them refuse to award contracts the right way. So where does this mentality of theft and evil doing come from? Additionally, you have a problem also, for instance, with fake products all over the place. So that now corruption has just become a word, and it's rare to find someone actually standing to do the right thing. I saw the case of this lady from Kenya Airports Authority who was actually fired for challenging Matiang'I to be in a queue. And how is that proper? How does that actually happen? And how then can we stop this kind of mentality? Because it's a mentality that is streaming right from the top to the bottom. And many Kenyans also think this way. It's just that they don't necessarily have the power. How do you treat your own domestic worker? How do you treat your brother and your sister? How do you treat your colleague in the office? Is corruption only, Dibal? Is it only in government? Or is there also corruption in the private sector? You know, when it comes to paying salaries, paying commissions,
Thank you, Donald.
in the
Thank you.
media, etc. Let us not be very theoretical about this discussion because we have a societal problem, and until we face it, you know, head on and root it out, we will continue to have spaces and discussions and a lot of, you know, complaining and a lot of bitter tears until kingdom come. Thank you.
Could I just chip in? Could I?
Yes, briefly, then we go to Peter Kagwanje's holding as well. Kindly. He's mentioned your dad there. You have actually to say something.
Yeah, I wanted to say that my father was somebody who was really different. Without going into a lot of details, when even he died, he left the family with about 3 properties. And when we kept on asking him, why is it that he's not interested in getting farms and property and amassing wealth when we see everybody doing it? And they would say, when you die, you don't actually go with those things. What you do is, the best I can do is give you guys the education you need and be able to maneuver in this hostile ground and make sure you live well. Keep your names and your heads high. This did not mean anything to us or me as his son until when I came to the Senate. The Senate is a place where, and I'm so happy all of you here are discussing this issue. The problem we have is much, much deeper, much deeper than it looks. You may not even solve it with DCI, with people being jailed, unless you begin to use the death penalty and all that. So even when we are talking about CBC and education, unless we go down there and have institutions that are going to accept that you are having government institutions that are going to be run democratically as schools should, where the principal spends money legitimately and within the law and make sure he runs that institution within the law and he succeeds and make sure that everybody keeps the standard, I think we are really miles and miles away. How you do it, Parliament should be involved, but you can see right now, CDF is the biggest scam that ever was. I used it. I was an MP. I can tell you, of course, most of the time I was rated very highly, but I understand every single thing that happens on CDF. And I continue allowing members of parliament to receive money where they actually control and manage that money. The reality is that it is the executive that organizes and produces the budget. their money will always be increased. And the condition is that there's a quid pro quo where they must agree to support the executive, whoever it is. And for me, that means the constitution has been violated. That's why the structure is not working. And that is why right now everybody is up to money, money, money. And I don't know how we're going to solve it, but that is the problem.
Thank you, Honorable Onyonka there. Wilson Sossion has been meeting out a bit. I don't know if you flagged out Wilson Sossion so that we can hear from you if you're there. Yes, good evening.
Yes, I'm right here, Debal. These organs, the organs trafficking in Kenya, I think it is shocking, and it is a very serious national security threat, and that must be dealt with meticulously and effectively. I don't think that is a matter to debate, and the criminal actions in the health sector, they've existed for a long time, right from procurement and corruption practices within the sector. And I think the entry of organs business, and I think it's most shocking. To me, I see no reason why action cannot be taken against such persons and such facilities closed down. And this brings to question and to fore the critical role government that plays in ensuring that all our healthcare services are done publicly, are delivered publicly, together with education. These are two social sectors that must be protected, and quality services delivered to Kenyans through public, through the public, but these privatization, private facilities, private things, anything private, you always smell a rat. I think we've reached as almost a middle income country. We're a country that is now able to deliver its healthcare services through public facilities. We don't need these fraudulent competitors in the health sector interested in business and doing funny things, including organs, businesses with organs. I don't think that is anything to debate about, but facilities called Medihill should have been shut down by now, and not just shut down permanently. And persons involved should face criminal actions once there is evidence. You know, the problem with the criminal justice system in Kenya is the struggle to prove and to get evidence to incriminate. The mere suspicion should just get you out of business, and the criminal justice system should not be bureaucratic. It should be made so easy that criminals of this nature can be presented before court for trial. This is a crime, a very serious crime that should not be tolerated. And I urge the cabinet secretary, I can see Dual is doing very well within that space, and the entire ministry officials to maintain a top-notch audit, control, and management of the entire health sector, so that such things don't occur again. Thank you, Deepak.
Thank you, Honorable Wilson Sossion there. We appreciate. Let me just yield the floor now to Jeremiah Kioni, just to look at the ethics side of it, because when you see this happening and people now giving out their organs, these are vulnerable populations. Of course, we're talking about the poor from being coerced into organ donation under economic duress. And you've seen the way they've been actually game played. You promise this tidy sum of money, then in the long run, you actually get some very measly amounts. that is not really worth you giving your kidney or you giving your liver, so or a piece of it. If there's something like that, I'm just trying to be, of course, stretching my imagination here. But yes, what do we do, especially in light of this? Because we're living in hard times, and I remember also in the media circles, one of us, I don't know if it was an hyperbole, or one of us also was trying to sell one of his kidneys to try and raise money, and people are questioning why would he sell kidneys. Of course, when it comes to people maybe who are being looked up to in the media fraternity doing that, it gives maybe a thumbs up that this is an ethical thing to do. And people now also take to be very exploitative and extractive, just as we have Professor Kitila Naituli saying. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Ndibala, and I appreciate the comments made by others before me. I think the issue here, the way I see it, is that you first of all make us poor as Kenyans, and then you create a market for our organs, and that's the only thing that is we can claim ownership on. And then, of course, given the difficulties that we are in, we sell those organs. That's the kind of scenario we are in. Then you move on to the institutions that are supposed to ask questions, ensure that they are crippled. We are only left to speak within spaces, and we remain throughout the night until midnight. We go sleep, and in the morning, more organs will have been sold. Because I hear what you are saying. I have the press statement that was issued by Duare on the 15th of April 2025. And he is acknowledging that the government has been aware of this problem since the 20th of July 2023. These concerns were raised with the ministry, and the issue was increased Israelis nationals receiving kidneys from Kenya. They proceeded to form a task force that was it took its fact-finding mission from the 5th to 8th of December 2023. They have filed their report and what needed to be done. And this is so Duare is actually acknowledging and that the government has been aware that kidneys are being sold. There is a market for kidneys, and there are donors who are so poor enough, we are in such need that if you can donate your kidney and you get 500,000 shillings, you will do that very quickly. Listening to Nyikal, that very detailed process that must be undertaken, it tells you without doubt that the government or those in government are aware of it. And if you had any doubt in it, a report was filed, and Duare acknowledged the contents of the report, including the fact that in the report, they're actually saying that Medhill had done 372 kidney transplants. And, we elect the executive or those in executive, or if they steal their way into those offices. And once you are there, you have a constitutional mandate, and it is to take care of us as Kenyans and to take care of our property, the fundamental expectations of every other Kenyan. And they have failed to do that, without doubt, to the point where you have kidneys being sold left, right, and center in this country, to even people coming from, the report talks about nationals from Uganda, from Australia, from countries that ideally should not be coming to this country for that kind of medical service, because they have better service systems in their country. But we are that vulnerable, like Professor Naituri said. We are on our own. I have said this before in other forums. I can repeat it here, that we have a team of gangsters that are running us, and that is why we now are this vulnerable. And I want to say this: it's unfortunate that those of us in the opposition sacrificed our mandate. Whether we got it because it is not what we were looking for or not, it is a mandate that we were given by Kenyans. Whether Wetangula compromised the numbers on the floor or not, we in the opposition should be the one holding those in offices in the executive to account. And until that is function, until that we get that running, we will continue complaining and lamenting. Somebody must be held accountable, and there must be those who are going to hold others accountable. The National Assembly, and especially those who are in the opposition, there was nothing to go and sit together in a broad-based thing. I don't acknowledge it. It is really, to me, you can still be able to do more without having compromised that. And that is why we are seeing these excesses from those in the executive. And they'll continue doing that because they have compromised everybody. And for as long as our parliament is as toothless as it is today, for as long as we have our members of parliament speaking very well in spaces like these, and especially in morning shows and everywhere else, and I have respect for my colleagues everywhere, while they are the ones we expect to move motions of censure, impeachment on the floor, you must instill some fear in the people who are running the system so that they also become accountable. And until we do that, we've not seen the worst of it. We said this when Chakahora was discovered, and it has taken us up to where we are. But look at it. The government has been aware since 2023. A task force was formed. Recommendations were made. If you read the recommendations, they are actually exactly what Professor Nyikale is saying needed to have been done. But until enough organs had been sold, nothing was going to be done. And I want to conclude by saying this. On the 6th of April this month of April, I went to Daragwa, and in the midst of some conversation with the locals there, Aredis told me, do you know, of course, in the mother tongue, perhaps reflecting it myself, that actually organs are now being sold. And they're actually people are being killed for organs to be removed. That was Daragwa. So I looked at her and I said, this could be the usual talk by some people. I'm surprised and now worried that this is so widespread in this country. And it is happening with the full knowledge of those manning the executive. And until Parliament is able to do something, even to make noise on the floor, disrupt. That's why sometimes you take away the mess if you cannot do anything. Until that happens, we are on our own and expect more organs to go. With the poverty level in this country, we need better protection. Asante.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Pioni there, we really appreciate your sentiment. So we hope that something will actually, remedial measure will come in very soon. I want just to also rope in briefly, where is it? Professor Kadwanja is lost in the
I'm
shuffle.
there.
Oh yeah, good evening.
No,
Yes, I was just looking for you.
hello, Dibal. Thank you very much. Let me start by congratulating you for creating this platform, because it is really bringing the best of the minds here so that we can speak about our nation. In our own private spaces, we'll be complaining and saying everything. So Dibal and Benji, kudos, congratulations for that.
Thank you.
The problem of Kenya is, the problem we are facing in Kenya is not unique to us. It is it is manifesting itself in certain unique ways that are peculiar to us as Kenyans, but it's a problem that is affecting much of us in Africa, and therefore the diagnosis is not what you can say unique. Our problem is clearly a problem of leadership. If we have a problem that is governed by values, and values are broad, we can define them, but this is not the space, then we will not be really having this conversation. So first and foremost, we must acknowledge that we have a problem with the leadership. And the problem with leadership is not what Chinua Achembe and another would be talking about. The problem with Nigeria is squarely and firmly a problem of leadership. The problem with leadership in Kenya is a leadership without values. It does not have what you can call a sacred cow. Nothing is sacred. Not even, I think, to some extent, even their children may not matter. And when as a nation reaches that level, it is a very, very serious situation that we need not just think about, but begin to think about. This problem of organ trafficking, and we are talking about kidneys. There are more organs that are being trafficked now, not just kidneys. You start with asking the question, where is the market? The market is there, and the market is manned and operated by friends of Kenya. It's in the Middle East, and it is one of the well-known market. And if anybody of you have done research, I did research myself immediately after Sakahora, and I went to KTN with Dibala and others, and simply said, this is not what people are telling us. It is not. It cannot be a coincidence that the people who are dying are the prime age when the organ are at their best. So meaning they are, better for the market, to fetch more in the market. So our leadership without values then will go ahead and make fortune out of our children by basically, harvesting their organs and marketing them. Why Shakahora? Look at the geographical location and the proximity to the sea and how easy it is to, export those things without even being held accountable by our system. Because you simply get into the open sea and do whatever you need. And the market is just next door, Middle East. Israel is one of the few countries that come, that come to the picture, but there's more that Israel get from beyond Kenya. If you look at the Sinai Peninsula and the kind of organ harvesting of people who are trying to look for path to Europe to make fortune. So the point is, we need to have a leadership with values. And what are these values we're talking about? First and foremost, losing one citizen for whatever reason, whether it is because the medical system is bad, because we are entering into unnecessary, arrangement of international arrangements like Haiti and others. We are losing a Kenyan life because we are in Congo and we are unprotected, or we are going to the Middle East because we are duped that there are jobs there, when in essence they are preparing you for organ harvesting there, and then you are brought back home dead without your organs. All those kind of things. A leadership that is ready to protect the Kenyan citizen, not one, not two, but every citizen of Kenya. That's the leadership we need, and that's the value we need. Dibal, the other kind of thing we need is a leadership that is true to itself. If you lose an election, accept you lost an election, and look for the channel that our constitution provides for you to hold this country in terms of what you need to do to it. And therefore, if you are in opposition, you do the best that you can. That's what Kibaki taught us. He stayed in opposition for 10 years. And until he was president, he was in the opposition. And he did what an opposition person is supposed to do. It seems some of us are beginning to accommodate ourselves to this mongrel government, that there is something that we're doing or we need to save stability. Kenya is not unstable. It is leaders who are manufacturing instability so that they can have their chronism both ways, in the opposition and in the government. And that's why we are not able to exit this conundrum of a mongrel government, which cannot be held to account. And those in government who are supposed to hold, or the opposition supposed to have the government in account, are just looking for justification as to why they are in that space. So, Dibal, in short, what one is saying is that we need to debate what we need to debate. How do we restore a leadership across the board, from government to the opposition, that has values that we hold? And we are not going to invent values. We have them. We know what the values we are talking about, and they are engraved in our national anthem. Some talk about morality. Morality is okay. Others talk about the rule of law. The rule of law is okay, but who is going to enforce it if you don't have leadership that respects values? Now, when you are given the kind of leadership we are choosing in 2027, and you begin to ask who is the best among who can get us out of the conundrum of problems we are in, then you begin to see we are in a very, very thick wood. We are not yet out of there. Yet, begin to think, Dibar and Benji, that Kenya has every institution that a modern state requires. So we don't need a new institution. In fact, we have institutions in excess. What we don't have is leadership that has the moral persuasion, the moral, that political will to get our laws, our institutions working. So when people talk about the rule of law, these guys know the idea is how do you escape the law? And that's why we are talking about corruption. Corruption is simply one, maybe a tip in the iceberg. The real thing that we are facing is the leadership that is ready to subvert the constitution in order to continue with what it says. And this is not an individual. The people say so and so must go and so on. This is not an individual. This is a problem that is endemic to our society today, across the board, from the church down there to institutions that are supposed to be watching us, the security sector and all. We need to return to our values. And until we do that, we'll talk around. Then somebody should read the book by some of the two Europeans who talk about Africa Works. They are ridiculing us because there comes a time when the state like Kenya is now working and it's working perfectly and people are happy in the world, but it's working opposite of what ought to be happening. In other words, you are a state without values and therefore you are functioning by negotiating your way through this valueless, this criminal, whatever. So what we are witnessing today, and I say this and stop, we have seen the worst stage of the criminalization of the Kenyan state. We don't longer have a state. We only have a criminalized state, which now can be qualified to be a criminal state. That's where we are. And let's not deny it. How have we reached that level of a criminal state? We have reached a level of criminal state because our leadership cannot tell what is good from what is bad. Why? Because we don't respect values. That's where we are, Dibal. I stop.
Thank you.
Question.
Thank you, Peter Kagwanja. Yes, Benji, for the interest of time, I wanted to
Dibal, this is a space, and so that we are very fair, Dibal, so that we are very fair, allow me as a co-host to ask Professor Kagwanja, an esteemed professor, somebody, a friend of mine, and that I respect so much. Professor, you have just asserted very painfully and very truly, really, that we are victim of a criminal conspiracy, criminal state. I just wonder, so that we are fair, to what extent would you apportion some of this, state of affairs to the previous regime of Uhuru Kenyatta? And I ask that because we want this to be such an objective space where people don't feel that we pile everything on William Ruto's administration, as if the problem began yesterday. To what extent would you apportion the same to the fourth president? Thank you.
Thank you, Benji.
Take a minute, Professor Kagwanja, please. Thank you.
Yes, I normally differentiate between the state and the government. The state is usually the institutions that we have set for ourselves, and they are going to be with us for a long time until we change the constitution in a certain manner. A government is what we put in power every 5 years. And therefore, the question you've asked, Benji, is very relevant. I don't agree. I don't believe that everything that we do must be apportioned to President William Ruto. I don't agree with that. He epitomizes a long problem that we've been having, a problem that has been with us. And I actually trace it to the Jubilee government from the beginning. Even during the Kibaki time, we still had a certain number of issues. But I think what we have reached now is a level where, we are so desperate, and you can see it visibly. For example, Shakahora cannot happen if you have a functioning government. It can never happen. Even before William Ruto came to power, we were complaining. We were actually complaining about many things. So, I do understand that we have reached a level now where people are more desperate. Of course, we are more learned. We can even speak the way we are speaking in a Twitter space and so on. But I don't think this idea of it's William Ruto alone. William Ruto represents a system of leadership. Because what you can say about William Ruto, why can't you say that about Raila Odinga? What is he doing in the government if he's the leader of the government, of the opposition? What is he doing there? He should have resigned as the leader of opposition and then, got into the government as an independent person. You are allowed to to do that. Our system does not allow coalition government after the election. That's the sad state. We may change that into the future, but that's the situation. So Benji, straight and clear, the problem is not squarely a problem of William Ruto. It's squarely a problem of our leadership, of which he's part of.
Asante.
Thank you. Thank you. And allow me to invite, because now we want to change gears and we talk about now the entry of Matiang'I into a very charged atmosphere. He walks in, and of course, we saw that was a highlight of the week as well. We want to see what will be discernibly different about him. Questions around also his presidential ambition, his connection with the Jubilee Party, is he Uhuru Project, and of course, Jeremiah Kioni will tell us more about that, him being the Secretary General of the Jubilee Party. But I want to invite Dr. Ignatius. Dr. Ignatius Achai is joining us from Dubai. He's an orthopedic surgeon at Asta Hospital, Mankur, just to also give us just his perspective of what is truly happening in the country before we shift gears and also hear from Professor Bashara Munene just briefly. And as we're wrapping up that particular topic, I wonder if, of course, I'll be remiss if I don't up the legislators. That is Dr. James Chikal and the Honorable Richard Onyonka, both from Parliament, bicameral Parliament, speaking on this issue and what they're going to do on the floor of the House regarding it. Briefly, over to you, Ignatius, from Dubai.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening. I'm happy to be on the space. We've been talking about kidneys. There's a lot that is happening in Kenya. From where we sit, we see a lot and we hear a lot. We have evidence. This has been happening for quite a long time. We have friends in Kenya who are our friends. It has happened since the times of Shakahola. Honorable Richard Onyonka knows, the vice president knows, the current vice president knows what happened in Shakahola was not spiritual acts. They know the truth. That is why they are taking too much long to tell Kenyans what really happened. These were businesses that were happening between politicians, very prominent people, and it has now gone into another situation whereby we have our young boys who are lured in the same business in our communities just because of 500,000. Sincerely speaking, what is that? This was something that was happening before, and it was a pride. It was supposed to be a donation, not a business. It comes to a business when the situation is so much dire that there is a problem in finding what you really need, you know? I will propose that this should be regulated. Senator Richard Onyonka, kindly work on this. Let this happen in a way that it is happening between families. You have a brother who has a kidney problem, should go to a fellow brother or a sister. This should be happening in family. Now you see you are going to hospital whereby we have investors from different countries. They are taking our boys and girls to donate these kidneys on names from foreign countries. Now, start tracing on those things. You'll find where the kidneys are going is not even in Kenya. They are outside. They are outside business because they have come to Kenya because of the system, the leadership, very poor leadership. Now they are doing business in Kenya because they cannot be tracked. Actually, some hospitals should be closed, and I'll be naming them very soon, because it is not only Mid-Hill. You know, you have the evidence, you have them, but you are not giving Kenyans. Now we are going to take this as our own business. Yes, we have licenses. I know some of them shall be checked in because we shall be speaking the truth. But we cannot be silent and see our brothers and sisters dying. Something like plasma, bone marrow, kidney was done in a way that it is a prestigious act, not that everybody can do it. Actually, it should be regulated. Now we should be having older people doing it. If you know your days are numbered and you have something that you can offer, then you can do it. Not only boys, small boys, 20 years, what is that? Yeah? Then I'll come on the issue of Mr. Fred Matiang'I. This is a well-known man. He's our father. He's our brother. But I'll be frank enough to say that.
Could we just hold it before we go to Fred Matiang'I so that we wrap up on this organ issue, and then we go freshly to it so that we are not going back and forth on the same topic. We want just to wind it up. So kindly, maybe you can wind up. Are you done?
Benji,
Yeah,
Benji,
Dibal here.
Benji,
Yep.
Dibal,
Yes.
could I just say?
Okay, you want
There's a Nyonga here.
Okay, just a moment. I wanted just to hear Dr. Ignatius. Are you done?
Yes.
You're done. All right, just hold it up. Honorable Onyonka, you wanted to say something briefly?
Yeah, the point I wanted to make is that when the gentleman was speaking, he would make it look like people like me, for example, who are in that committee, we did not even intend to tell Kenyans the truth. I will tell him that the investigations were shoddy. Why were they shoddy? There were places we couldn't go. We were not given the ability to go and even check on the morgue. We didn't know who did the forensics. When we came out, we found the places we couldn't find certain government officers. So in the end of that report, all that exists in the report, and we pronounced ourselves in that report. And you remember, if somebody can be memorable, you remember the current deputy president was the minister for interior and what he said about that whole exercise we're conducting. Then after that, they started trashing our names, saying we were being bribed to do ABCD, which absolutely was not the case. The point I want to make is that we have very little capacity, even as the Senate, to then, if, for example, I put the question last week on Thursday, Duale reacted on Friday, under normal or different circumstances, by this week, which is coming on Tuesday, the committee should have sat and started discussing this matter. But it might go up to the month of June or July. By that time, all of us are assumed to have forgotten what was being discussed and what the point anyway. So the whole system is designed like that. I want to say there are many, many other things happening in the country. Very few people are willing to pronounce themselves, but I can promise you here that there's nothing I will know that is going to be against the Kenyan Republic that is either a lie or that is going to be injurious, and I will not pronounce myself. That is my reality right now. So many of us are sacrificing, and we want on these spaces for you all to continue engaging Kenyans, because Kenyans have to wake up. Everybody has to wake up.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, Dibal, allow me to chip in briefly here.
Honorable, you can't just mute your mic. I'm trying to mute you. We'll come to you. Just mute your mic.
Dibal, allow me to just chip in here before we go to the next topic.
Yes, please.
Let me finish.
I think from the discussion, and I think what we need to note here is we are actually discussing symptoms to a problem. One, there is collapse of the institutional values in the country. And in our society, increasingly questioned. It's not about individuals, it's not about a community, but it's about a Kenyan culture. In fact, there is a study done by Michigan State University a few years ago where a wallet with money and business cards was circulated in about 40 countries. It was dropped, in every city, a wallet was dropped with the money and wallet and the business cards, on the assumption that when you collect the wallet, you will return it to the owner of the wallet. And guess what? Kenya was number 36 out of 40 countries. The top countries were Denmark, Finland, name it. Kenya was number 36, but actually the 15% returned the wallet, but without money, with only the business card. That tells you about the kind of integrity we are talking about. Because integrity is about doing the right things even when no one is watching you. This issue is not about any leader. It's about us as a society called Kenya, and we need to go back to the drawing board and ask, how do we reinvent institutions of values and integrity so that we can have a better society? And I can listen to Kagwanja, I've listened to Richard Onyoka, and all that I can say is that we need to go back to the drawing board and start questioning ourselves from the spaces we occupy as individuals, at our homes, at our schools, and do the right things right and all the time. If we don't do that, we shall blame the leaders for things that are only symptoms of the problem. The second issue is that listening to the discussion, I think we need to say that money is actually running this society. It is a question for money. Every individual, many individuals in this country seem to be motivated by nothing else but stealing and getting money with all the intentions and using all means possible. Selling of kidneys is the same as selling drugs. Buying exams in schools. We have seen in medical schools, parents buying exams for their children to train them as doctors. Wow, and what will happen to that doctor who knows very well they stole exams, they did not pass well, but they are treating someone's child? It's not the government that is doing that, but the government has also dilapidated and weakened institutions of the rule of law, because it's the responsibility of the government to show that the law works and works every time and everywhere. But the government has not done that. In fact, the individuals and institutions supposed to guard and promote the rule of law are the very ones who are eroding the rule of law. And that's where we are. And that's where this becomes a chicken and egg kind of business. So putting the right leadership in place is not enough if it's not accompanied by a society that changes its values to say enough is enough, and we need a better Kenya all the time. But remember, we got into this space at 2 times. One, the stolen election of Raila Odinga in 2007. There's no doubt that election was stolen. In fact, the truth and everything now seems to be coming out very clearly. But at least we corrected that by having a coalition government. We had a 2010 constitution, but guess what again? We voted for Uhuru and Ruto when it was very clear that these are individuals who would not pass Chapter 6 of the Constitution. We as Kenyans are to blame for some of these things, and that's why we need to reflect again and ask ourselves, what kind of leadership do we have that can take us back to the drawing board and do the right things right? When we elected Uhuru Kenyatta as the president and the deputy, William Ruto as the deputy in 2013, when they had cases at ICC, that was wrong. It was equivalent to saying the constitution and the rule of law does not matter, because we would have waited for them really to have been adjourned right or wrong by the International Criminal Court. So we have laid a very bad foundation for our institutions, and we are reaping this from our own bad manners, if I can say that. And I dare say there is need for us to start making reflections on this so that we get the right framework for the rule of law, entrench a culture for the rule of law, and be sure you don't defend the wrong things because they've been committed by someone from your tribe or by your friend. Kenya should not be a country where I, as Karuti Kanyinga, will defend Dibar because he's my friend or he's from my community. We should be a country where we always defend the right things, whether they have been done by someone from by whoever has done them. But I've seen a tendency, including in this forum where we are today, in the last 4 or 5 times that 3 times we've been here, there's a tendency for us to speak the right things when we know very well we are speaking the wrong things, when we want to defend certain positions. Really, this country cannot be built by anyone else but by ourselves, by speaking the truth and the reality of what there is. We need to go back to the drawing board, correct our values, and say that we are a country that should be governed by the correct values, a country that is governed by the rule of law, and a country that stands tall for the generations to come. Allow me to say that this thing of integrity, the issue of integrity, has also gone far and beyond. We have never seen people getting into churches to steal. Now there are stories every day about people going to steal from the churches. Actually, the offertory box in many of the churches that I have attended, when I do, you realize that where you drop the money, you cannot, I mean, it has become much smaller because people have been digging their fingers there and getting the money that is contributed as offertory. We have gone wrong as a society, and we need to start reflecting on some of these things. On organ failure, I respect Professor Nikal's judgment and contribution on this. And I think people need to know that Dr. Nikal actually was also a trade unionist. He was one of the first people who started the UASU, University Academic Staff Union, of the early 1990s. I wish you can see Professor Nikal wearing a red gown as a trade unionist. You run away. And because he was very vocal and very articulate in presenting the views of lecturers. Similarly, Dr. Kioni, Mr. Mheshimiwa Kioni here, is one of the best sportsmen I've ever seen at the university. If you have ever beaten him in volleyball, let me know and I will buy you a drink. But ladies and gentlemen, I think we have got to correct the society from where we are, as individuals doing the right things from where we are in our spaces. Things have gone wrong and we cannot blame the leaders alone. We are also responsible for some of the mistakes that we see in this country. Some of the things that are happening are our own responsibility to correct them. And as I have said, integrity is about doing the right things even when no one is watching you. If we do the right things every time, Kenya will become a better society to live in, and for our generation and those who are yet to come. Unfortunately, many of us are contributing to a bad generation in the future. Let's correct this and move together as a country.
Thank you, Prof. Very, very cogent comments. That
Can I say something?
Yes, I wanted that just to come to you, Professor Dr. Nikal, on this as we are wrapping up, because there is a remarkable concurrence that is coming from our panelists this evening. When you're talking about, of course, the place of values, when you're talking about nobility of character at the end of the day, and we can see all this confluence of issues coming together, pointing to a larger moral and regulatory collapse across multiple sectors, not only just within the security sector, but even the hospitals when you're talking about ethics. And these are ethical issues that we're discussing when we look at the transplants. What is a regulatory framework around ethic or people who want to do it ethically, right? And this still exploitation. Because I wanted to just ask you briefly so that we can wind up. I think we are stuck for time. We want to talk about Matiang'I. Honorable Richard Onyoka, thank you for hanging around. So Kabando, I don't know if it's lost in the shuffle. Jeremiah Kioni, you've dropped. If also you may just accept my invite, or you can ask for the mic so that we can actually also shift gears as well. Question to you, Honorable Yigal, even as we're winding up on this particular topic, I wanted just to ask you, I think there is need for the Tissue Act. You can just elaborate on that briefly, if any, or on this. Yes, please.
I can say, well, let's start with that simple one of the Tissue Act. The Tissue Act is actually in process. It's something we've looked at before, and we are looking at it. But what I really want to say is that laws will not on their own make a society if the people themselves are not committed at heart in their own feelings on what is right and what is wrong. If you ask me, as somebody said, I've been in this issue for a long time. We started OASU, was involved in the doctor's strike as a young person, all these things. But to me, the two things that come out that we really must address is the issue of ethnicity and corruption, money and tribalism. Because whenever people start to move and get in a direction that they can take, the manipulation that comes are mainly two. You might want to manipulate it, our people, or you want to manipulate it, somebody will be bought. I think of all the things we have, those two are really, to me, the things we have to look at. And when we talk of leadership and values, now leadership here, whether you are talking of politicians, whether you are talking of religious leaders, whether you are talking of professionals, all of us seem to fail at this issue of having the values, integrity, and morality. Why is that happening? Because I think once you have manipulated people either on ethnic grounds or other means of nepotism, or you have used money on them, once they lose the track, then they tend now to support where they are. They are lost in there, but they're still supporting it. And I've seen it even in Parliament. Honorable Kerein was talking, Honorable Onyonka was talking. Eventually, it will come to those two things. People will either be mobilized on ethnic grounds, or people will be mobilized using money improperly. So, and even if we're going to talk about election, how come we every 5 years when we go to the elections, to me it looks like people are the quality of people we get in terms of integrity are getting worse and worse. As leaders, I don't feel like we're getting better. We're getting worse and worse. And it's not only elected leaders, it is in churches, it is amongst the professionals. So where do we start? My view, let's look at this issue of ethnicity. Let's look at this issue of corruption and money. If we can tackle these two, maybe we can get somewhere. Now, look at the elections. I want to say, I said earlier, in 2027, what is going to really drive a lot of things is actually money. You are seeing it even now. A lot of money is actually floating around. I mean, the
Can you let
political,
me say something?
a lot of money is floating around. And yet, the services in the health sector, in
I like
education, are not. So, we have to really start looking at those two places, somewhere to start. That's my thing. The laws will put, the Tissue Act will put in place. But even without the Tissue Act before, the donation of blood, the donation of plasma, the donation of bone marrow,
I like
these
to
things were
interject
being
here.
done before without the laws. But now, even the professionals, we are looking more at money. We don't look at people's value on what they stand for. People tend to look at what does he have, and that, to me, those two things. Let's look at them.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We need to shift gears. Professor Gitila, you wanted to say something? Just a minute so that we can actually move on. You
Yes.
stay on
That,
topic.
that 1 minute is the minute is enough. I want to remind my friend in Nikao, Daktari, that I don't believe money will have any role in the next election. I think money will be used. People will take money because they know it's their stolen money they are taking back, and they will not vote in that direction. And do I know that? The Central Kenya, we ignored Uhuru Kenyatta completely with all the money they used. We ignored him and we voted for William Ruto, who didn't use money. He just came to us with the Bible. So money will be relevant here. I think the society has grown to an extent that the next election money is not going to be a factor.
Okay, we'll watch. But even now, it is being used a lot, even in Central. You know that.
Yeah, but people took the money. The president Gundaziwaro put the money in the State House and they let the money clap for him. People took the money, but look at that in ballot when it comes. That money will not produce anything.
What about corruption in other areas? Is it
No,
still not?
I want to agree with you about corruption. Corruption is the largest in government expenditure. It has gotten worse with this Kenya Kwanza administration. It was, of course, worse also in the Jubilee. In my opinion, this is in Jubilee phase 2, and is worse than in Jubilee phase 1.
Professors, money will play a role at both parliamentary and presidential election, but it may not necessarily influence the outcome. Money will play a role, but it will not necessarily determine the outcome. Several factors will combine to determine the outcome. At National Assembly, at county level, money will also play a role. I know Nikal, in his constituency, they spend not less than 36 million, or 25 million, sorry. Those are the figures we had when we did the study on cost of politics. But it will increase because of internal competition. At presidential level, 7 billion, above 7 billion, but still that will not determine the outcome. There are
So
several
just
factors that will combine,
so
but
just
money
very
will be one
quickly,
of them. It's a
very
combination of factors.
yeah, very quickly. Also, what Professor Karuto was saying is
Okay.
that government
Just
is
wind
an
up.
innocent mirror of the people it is representing.
Right. Thank you. I think
It is a matter of collective consciousness.
Thank you, Professor Gitile Naituli. Peter Kagwanja, allow me just not to yield the mic to you right now because we want to shift gears. I kindly allow me just to also rope in Professor Macharia. I'll hand over the mic to you briefly, Peter Kagwanja, but Professor Macharia has been also milling out for quite a while. Briefly, so that we move on to the other topic. Professor Macharia. Kindly unmute if you're on. Yes, briefly.
Yes, thank you very much. It's an interesting topic to discuss, but I would like to shift gears a little bit and look at the religious organizations, what role they play in all this mess. It appears that in every one of the major denominations, or let's say the Christian side, in every major one, they have cults within them. And some of those cults are very dangerous to society. And they are doing a lot of strange things. And they are doing those things presumably with the knowledge of the top hierarchy of the religious organization. And that top hierarchy would appear to be in league with the top hierarchy of governance. So there is something deeper that Shakahola is just symbolic of the whole thing. That maybe our friends in parliament like Dr. Nyikal, Senator Onyonka, and the others who may be there, maybe you need to investigate the cults and what damage they are doing. Because if they are operating that way, there is, one would think radicalization is taking place in those places. And some also the teachings that are very unbecoming, they undermine the values, the beliefs that are important to a society. So the re-examination of religious organizations and what damage they do to society, instead of upholding the morals of being morally upright, some of them appear to be promoting something that is really negative. And then when you try to ask, you say, well, we don't know who is in charge, because the network at the top appears to be very strong. Maybe if the religious organization can be made to explain themselves, we might be making some headway. Although it is true, as Nyakao talks about, yes, corruption is a big, big, bad thing. It is there. Ethnicity, yes, it is there. Sometimes it's overplayed anyway, but it is there. But and although the loss of values, yes, they are there. But how to deal with them? Maybe you need to look at our moral guardians, and the religious organizations are purportedly the guardians of public morals. And if they themselves are having problems, at least we've seen some religious leaders quarreling in public, sometimes even exchanging some physical things in the process. I mean, people are left wondering. They are the same ones who tell us that a certain politician is very good. Only it turns out that he may not be very good. They're the same ones who do this and this. So maybe we need to relook at the religious structures as a starting point in order to, by the time you are dealing with these the organs trading, we might have gone a bit far than we are right now doing, because it appears to be very complex and very detailed in terms of who might be involved in it. So those are my thoughts on that for now.
Thank you, Professor Macharia Maneno. For that, we appreciate. And Peter Kagwanja, you want just to wind up the topic so that we can go to Herman Manyora, set the tone, and Honorable Richard Onyonka set the tone for Matiang'I just before. So before we continue stop for time today. We want to be happy campers here. Kindly mute.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. It's not. I'm not adding anything new to what has been said. I just want to. I don't want us to lose the gains we've made in terms of conceptualizing the Kenyan problem. And I think I concur with Professor Nyikal, and that's why I've come back to just reinforce what he is saying. He has just moved us 2 steps forward to kind of identifying what is the problem with us, and he has identified the 2 problems. We need to understand them in their context. Why is corruption an issue? Corruption is an issue because it has reached a level in this country of ours where there is nothing that money cannot buy. And the moment you live in a society where money is everything, and that money can buy everything, including kidneys and souls, then we have a problem. And I think that's what Professor Nyikal was saying about this. That it's about money and corruption, how you get the money, how you use it, and how people accept in terms of their values that we can live with this. There is no protest about what's wrong or what is right. Second is what he says about tribalism now, or ethnicity. Of course, our tribes are not a problem. John Lonsdale talks about moral ethnicity. If I go to Nyanza to help in fundraising for a sick person, and I'm invited by a member of a clan or a member of a sub-tribe, that's not what we are talking about. We are talking about when a political leader has criminalized the state, has committed all manner of vices, and here he comes and hide behind this tribe and say we are being persecuted. Or somebody goes to perform an act that is undermining our constitution and say that it is our time to eat or our time to be in the government because we have been marginalized for centuries. I mean, that kind of a discourse which enables a leader to criminalize the state and society by way of claiming about us and creating an us versus them are the 2 main problems. These are the 2 pillars of the criminalization of our state and criminalization of our society. And until we address them, there must be something that money cannot buy. There must be somewhere somebody cannot hide. You cannot be hiding your tribe, and you cannot buy everything with money. The moment we don't deal with those 2 problems, then we're not going anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. I really appreciate those sentiments, and I know it's a cancerous, very dangerous thing that we've never been able to slay the cancer of corruption. And we always tell and ask Kenyans, when will we try and lance this boil of corruption that is corrupting, of course, every facet of our lives, including even our health as well. And we know our bodies, they always say, take care of your body is the only place you live. Once now you start donating some of the organs that are very critical for your health as well, they always say you can survive with one. But there is a reason why God gave you 2 kidneys. There is a reason why God gave you 2 lungs, right? So he's not really none the wiser when he knows that you need these organs. So the fact that we actually donating it, I don't know. They normally say, oh yeah, you can actually survive with one. I don't know how from what medical perspective that has been proven, or maybe people are living with one, how they tend to fare with 1 kidney. But I'm reminded of Khalil Gibran. I love his works. He always say that out of suffering have emerged also the strongest souls. The most massive characters are seared with scars. And even as we're going through these harrowing tortures as well, I know we'll actually emerge as strong Kenyans who have the nobility of character at the end of the day. I want us to shift gears and move on because of time as well. I don't want to keep our panelists here for quite a while. Thank you for hanging on. Jeremiah Kioni, you've dropped the listeners. I'm asking you also to just kindly get to the speakers panel so that we can move on to the next topic, which is of significance to you. You also being the Jubilee Party Secretary General, if at all. Now we have Matiang'I taking up the tab from the Jubilee Party for the presidential bearer 2027. So I say that in this charged atmosphere, he walks in, returning from political exile. We'll want to know, maybe he's not here. Of course, we'll want to hear what he has to say. Was this a political exile, or it was, yes, another job appointment? And we know him as once the face of a fun nonsense administration, policies that he did, reformations in the academia. He's now pitching himself as the antidote to a decaying system, so people will say. But the question must be asked, can the man who upheld the status quo now lead its overhaul? I mean, that is a question that is hanging over the rafters of many Kenyans' mind. Or is his return just another well-rehearsed act in the theater of Kenyan politics? Allow me to just hand over the mic to Herman Manyora and Kabando. Kabando, thank you for joining us. I know you had guests. Maybe I should just hear the voice of Kabando Kabando, then Herman, you can pick up on this. Kabando Kabando, over to you. Good evening. Kindly unmute if you're there. Kabando wa Kabando. All right, for the interest of time, Herman Manyora, set the tone for us.
Thank you, Diba. Thank you very much. Fred Matiang'I is the talk of town. He has received what one would view as a lion's share of political talk in this country for a while now. In fact, Diba, early last year, I tweeted saying people were saying Matiang'I was in the country when he wasn't, because I was sure he had been attending a function in Atlanta, where Mother Karua was. So one might want to ask themselves, why are people talking about Matiang'I? Of course, Matiang'I is one of the 5 or so presidential candidates we have. The political parties have fronted their generals. Honorable Kioni introduced Matiang'I to the country as a presidential candidate for Jubilee, just as we have Eugene Wamalwa for DAP, Kalonzo for WIPE, and so on and so forth. So Matiang'I is receiving more than what would be normal share of public limelight. And I've been asking myself why. I've also heard people saying Matiang'I is just another wannabe. He's not a serious candidate. Perhaps those ones will be going too far, because it's in public domain, public knowledge, that actually Uhuru and Raila, when they entered into their handshake and introduced BBI, their agreement was that in 2022, the two were going to support Matiang'I Mutai Kagwe ticket. So Matiang'I is not just another boy you've met in the streets of perhaps Keroka or somewhere in Keumbo, where people sell sugarcane and so on and so forth. He's a political force on his own right. And that explains why many people are talking about Matiang'I. I know there are many negatives that people are also mentioning. We would expect Matiang'I to come out in the public and explain to the people of Kenya why he thinks he deserves to be their candidate. But I would quickly say there's a lot going for Matiang'I. First, the people of this country are sort of agreed in some way that they have had enough of the usual politicians. So Matiang'I not being the usual politician, that works for him. Secondly, the people of this country want a worker. I think politicians have let us down. So Matiang'I has that again going for him, because when he was minister in ICT, education, interior, he was just about the only visible minister you could put your hand on. So when Kenyans say they are looking for a worker, Matiang'I quickly comes into mind. Something else that seems to be working in the favor of Matiang'I is that when Gen Zs are trying to search, the name Matiang'I seems to appear a lot more than the names of other people who seem to be what Gen Zs are looking for. So I'll just say that it's not for nothing that everybody in the country is talking about Matiang'I. It's not for nothing that his coming has elicited a lot of excitement. Of course, not everybody is happy with him, but but the truth is that Matiang'I is on almost everybody's lips. And like I've explained, there's a lot going for Matiang'I. Whether or not he makes use of that to his advantage is another story. Those close to Matiang'I, like Onyonka, will perhaps have to point two things to him. One, that many candidates have come out, not necessarily in Kenya, with a lot going for them, but they have never exploited that. Instead, they have allowed themselves to drift into just another candidate. The second thing which people like Onyonka must deliver to Matiang'I is that when you run for office the first time, the people you encounter who spoil your campaign are political conmen and brokers. They have a way of getting attention from you, and they have a way of making you want nothing to do with genuine people. It brings to mind the Hillary role in the Bill Clinton campaign. That more often than not, when you are running for office, especially if you are a credible candidate, there are people who specialize in chasing good men from you, good men and women, so that they remain with you, and that becomes your downfall. The famous treatise from President of Ghana, Come Back, Mahama, will explain what I'm talking about. That when you are in power, or especially when you are going for election and you have a good chance, there are men and women who will surround you and say the things you want to. I know you have talked a lot about
Right, Chairman seems to be all going off the grid. I'd warned you that he's joining us from Mashinani. Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, perfectly. Just
Just to wind up, I was saying Nyikal, Honorable Nyikal, our very good friend, and Onyonka, those who have run for parliamentary seats will know what I'm talking about. That even your enemies will send people to your camp when you are running, and the role they play is to sing the song you want to hear, but more importantly, to make sure people who will be useful to you leave your camp. So I'm just hoping that Matiang'I, because he comes with a lot on the table, I also can foresee a situation if the opposition were really serious about a single candidate and they are seated on that table, the ones we know so far. I'm finding it difficult to see how Matiang'I will not become the Kibaki of 2002. Thank you, Deba. I may at any one time climb down the tree from where I'm joining these spaces, say goodbye to the mosquitoes, and go back to the house and sleep. Thank you.
Thank you for hanging on. Please don't go away. We're just about also to be winding up briefly. Let me come to Honorable Richard Onyonka. We saw, of course, you joining Matiang'I and welcoming him back to the country, and Hubla and Razmataz. We want to see, first of all, the choice of Jubilee, and Honorable Jeremiah Kione also will chime in and tell us have they decided that is going to be the presidential candidate. But from the Abagusi, you can tell us, first of all, there is also the Baraga factor. And people were saying, oh, now Baraga should actually rest his ambition because Matiang'I seems to be the ultimate candidate. So we don't want to split votes from the Kikuyu, from the Kisii region as well. What is your assessment? Do you think also Jubilee is the best outfit for Matiang'I for your region? Or there could be something in the works up the collective sleeves? We don't know what is going to happen with the mergers and the coalitions as well. That will be another question.
Thank you, Dibao. That's a very big story. I'll try and run through it. Number one, Fred came 2 days ago. As you're aware, he has been doing some consultancy work with international organizations to feed his kids after government left.
So it was not a
And
it was not a political exile.
no, it was not. He was given a job, and he actually works. It's because last time I said the international organization, I was informed that I should not mention because of the confidentiality they've signed the agreements and all that. So he then came and
Dibar, we forget that Matiang'I is also a professional. He was running a SUNY State University of New York parliamentary support program for many, many years.
I was coming there.
Yes,
I was coming there. The truth is, my history with Fred Matiang'I is long. Many people may not know this. I was campaigning for Uhuru Kenyatta against Mzee Nyachae when the elections were running. And at that time, I had not decided who I was going to support. Later, Matiang'I looked for me and he said, no, your father is supporting the president, but locally here, what I would ask you to do is, can you please support us? You know, Mzee is running. Then we became friends. Later, when I became a member of parliament, I then found Fred, other than meeting him during those campaigns, I then found him at the parliament where he was attached from the City University of New York, handling parliamentary affairs. And he was there for about 10 years. And he was always coordinating the drafting of the bills and everything. Then after my winning the elections, then Uhuru wins and then he becomes the CS. Then as we are moving, you know, he now becomes on the other side, I'm in the opposition. I would then raise issues critically. And every time I found he was somebody who would listen. When I would actually, there were times we would disagree because of strategy or because of the issues as they came out at that time. And all the time, I found him to be engaging to me. I've met several individuals who also felt he was unassuming. He was somebody who felt he was too big for his job. That criticism, which I think is fair, because he himself has said that later, as he's now settled onto the job, he then realized that he had to change and begin to realize that the people were really the reasons why he was in office and all that. Whether you look at the successes or failures of Jubilee, my direct engagement with Fred is based on the three things which are constantly being mentioned. Particularly, he made me very, very comfortable with him when he tackled the issue of exam cheating. And the reality of it is that it was actually affecting Kisii more, because every year you would notice many schools from Kisii were being targeted or they were actually participating in that. And it was very, very courageous for Fred to start dismantling the cartels which existed in Kisii and all the places in Kenya, the structure he set up. It's a long story which everybody knows. Then if you come to Interior, of course, many of the questions about his actions, what happened with Miguna, all these issues about the Yala deaths and all that, I believe he's strong enough and he understands and he knows that he must come and have an opportunity to be asked those questions, and he should answer them so that Kenyans can have confidence in him. Because like Haman has said, Matiang'I is a very interesting person. He's a very, very quick learner. And I noticed as he was staying longer in the Uhuru Kenyatta government towards his last days, by the time William Ruto had left, he was actually even behaving more presidential. Some people felt he was too arrogant. I believe that the political power play at that time was what really let him behave like that. Other than that, a deeply religious fella who is very simple. I find him highly, highly knowledgeable. You can discuss literature, you can discuss science, you can discuss the budget of Kenya. I mean, he's somebody you can engage with. So in my discussions with him and why I am supporting him as president, I have told him that he must sit down with us so that we can tell him how our country is broken. And he must pronounce himself what is going to be done, accepting international practice, make sure he will follow the law, make sure that it's going to be a 100 days. Obviously, he knows the issues of Kenya, the land question. He knows the issue of historical injustices. He knows the matters within the police service. In fact, we were really shocked when we came through the airport and the police officers who were there were just clapping at the guy. And we were like, what happened? So when we started asking them, I didn't know that police officers' allowances, which Matiang'I left them being paid, have all been slashed off. I mean, everything is being done as if I feel that I'm comfortable for this race. And the final thing I wanted to say, Dibal, is that we see Matiang'I as a good candidate. We don't see him as being above anybody else. We believe that the other candidates, Mzee Kalonzo, Rigathi Gachagua, if he's allowed to continue running, you're talking about Eugene. I mean, these are fine people. I'm beginning to really understand them differently. My view is that a time will have to come when each one of them will have to face the master. Each one of them will have to be in a position where you can actually go to Kisumu, hold a rally, and draw crowds. Where as a team you go and you're able to run the ship. As I had Professor Nyikal speak, that is so true. Money is going to be a factor, yes. It's going to be a very, very big factor. But I believe that a lot of us are going to tell our people that this is your money, and please let us vote people who are going to help you, because your country is in trouble right now. And I believe that Matiang'I is somebody who's reasonable. He's not extreme, and I think he's qualified to give it a challenge.
Thank you, Senator. Allow me to just rope in Honorable Jeremiah Kioni on this as well. Just quite pointedly, I will ask, is Dr. Fred Matiang'I Uhuru's project? Kindly unmute Honorable Jeremiah Kioni.
I don't think that is a useful question, Diba. Let me just say that I have listened to Professor Manyora. I associate myself with all that he has said. I've listened to Mheshimiwa Nyonka, and I associate myself with most of the statements that he has said. I have not had the opportunity to engage with Matiang'I since he came in the manner that they have. I met Matiang'I during the 8th Parliament when he was the director of SUNY. He was a much younger man, and literally said as on how much he contributed, well, through SUNY, but also through his thinking of what parliament should be and how it should be functioning. They worked very well with the speaker then, Marende. I used to interact with them very, very closely because I was involved in the constitution making process then. And I was really impressed with the many things that Matiang'I did then. I did interact with him when he was the minister during Uhuru's time. And again, there are many issues that impressed me from him. And one is that he is able to push what he says, and he thinks through before he brings those issues out. May I also say that I think in terms of he's less of a politician. I don't even think he's a politician, but he is a leader. And this country is, I think, is at a point where we are looking for leaders and less of politicians, because we have had politicians for a while. We had Kibaki, who decided to run the country. While he understood politics, he wasn't keen on any of us who wanted to do politics in his office. Anytime you'd walk in and sound like a politician, he will ask you, kwani kichwa yako ni fitina tu imejaa na hakuna kitu ingine. So I think this country is at that point. Without doubt, I agree with what others have said. Money will be used. We can already see a lot of that money being used in the country. I share the view of those who are saying a lot of money will be used, but it's not going to it's not going to give us the outcome. But people will use the money, and Kenyans are very crafty and clever. You saw it in the Mount Kenya when the visit was done. A lot of money was demanded. Members of parliament had excess of 5 million shillings each to ensure that the clouds came out. They were paid. But again, those of us who've been around Kidogo, we saw the Kipiripiri thing, or Kipipiri, where money again was used. A lot of development was taken to the constituency, but at the end of it all, the Kenyans from that part of the country decided to eventually let those who are in power know that they were fed up. And that's where we are in this country. And I don't think we've actually gotten to where we are. We've never had a president who has attracted so much hate like William has. And for that reason, the person who I think, and I'm not saying this because he has expressed his desire to run for the presidency using a Jubilee ticket, but he is a person who can be able to still remain a choice even when the money is available. Kenyans themselves are also speaking about it, and I am happy to listen more than say anything else. Even as we go through this space, I am keen to listen more, and because there's a lot of work to be done, without a doubt, a lot of work that needs to be done. But we must thank Kenyans because they have also started engaging, and they're using a lot of their space and time to discuss the candidature of Matiang'I. So having been involved one way or another in that discussion there before, I would rather be a listener so that when we sit to make further discussion or decisions, we are more informed than we are today. And again, I thank those of us who are in this space, really people who are concerned about the state of affairs of this country and the direction we are taking, and they have wonderful ideas as to what we should be, as the direction we should take and what needs to be done. It is now also thinking through who are people who can do. And there's no one person who is perfect, but what is it that we can, who are those people who may be willing to give it a trial? And Kenyans themselves have also seen them. I can tell you why Kenyans are looking at Matiang'I with that favorable eye is because of that track record. However difficult the situations were, he stood out and made an impression in Kenyans on all the areas that he tried. We will certainly have many people wanting to criticize, but as we do that, it is also good to say, yes, not this one, this other one. This is the position that we are in this country. But I'm personally confident that Matiang'I will be able to sail through, and this far, I think is the best that we have. I thank you.
The best that you have, meaning that is a foregone conclusion that Matiang'I is a flag bearer of the Jubilee Party. Could you kindly just confirm for us, Honorable Zamakioni? So is that a foregone conclusion?
You know also, Dibal, you know, that this is not anything new. We go all the way to the NDCs, and NDCs are normally held a short while before the general elections. They normally happen the last year of elections, but he's a presidential candidate of his, and here, and I'm sure I don't want to say too much because I expect him to be saying more in the coming days. But again, we are in the motions, but he is there for us as Jubilee, and we are happy about it.
Right, the motions, it seems, is very fluid, so that is not really cast in stone, maybe. Or you're eagerly waiting for him to pronounce that himself. So we'll leave it at that. Let me just hear from Kabando. Kabando, you want to chime in on this? Good evening, sir.
Yes. Hi, good evening and happy Easter to everyone online. Thank you, Dibal, for this hosting. Sorry, I've been a little busy now. Just a quick comment on the topic. I think it is very important for the interrogations that are happening to be encouraged, and we have no other option than to tolerate the criticism that are happening to each and every one of us seeking offices, elective, whether national or county-based. It is so important that we have to appreciate that interrogation, calling to question our individual credentials, even to question our platforms as political parties or political formations about the alternatives that we provide, whether we are the better options, because we have to compare one with another. Those who are in the opposition, we who are criticizing the cabinet government of Kenya Kwanza, have to be ready to receive an avalanche of questionnaires from particularly the generations that feel disinherited by the politics that have happened in this country in the past. True, we have made very many and significant gains in democratization, in accountability, and in the processes of transparency in how government is done, particularly the era post 2010, when we enacted the constitution that we now have. Yes, we do agree that our constitution is very progressive and has been celebrated so. Yet, when the burden of proof, when the burden to offer explanations and accountability are submitted by those who are civically aware, the conscious citizens who are driven by conscience to ask questions about their welfare, we start saying, like a minister said the other day, actually 2 cabinet secretaries, that this constitution is very expensive. The Constitution of Kenya 2010 is not expensive. It is corruption that is expensive. It is impunity that is expensive. It is incompetence that is expensive. And therefore, the call for accountability charter, lest we forget, in 2024, leading up to the day that Parliament was impeached by the non-violent, fearless, tribeless Gen Z's revolution, when Parliament was raided non-violently, there were foundational questions that had been submitted in that countdown about the size of government, about leadership and integrity, which is clearly defined in Chapter 6 of the Constitution on leadership integrity. We have the Public Officers Ethics Act. And I remember the president himself in that public address when he dissolved the entire cabinet, minus 2, the then deputy and the chief cabinet secretary, agreed, including what we are now seeing today about the return of the church-based Harambes, the pastors being hosted in State House, not people to drive visions like 2030 that Kibaki had brought on board, and drawing from intelligentsia, from industrialists, from drivers of manufacturing, from political visionaries, going to countries like Britain, Singapore, and Japan, and bringing on board a plethora of players to drive that. If you remember that statement, when the president said, even himself, those the issues of Harambes, the number of state appointees will be reduced, including the number of advisors. Since then, we have gone full circle again. We are seeing the bribery, blatant bribery in churches happening, blatant bribery of politicians happening, blatant bribery of people attending political meetings that happened recently in the Mount Kenya tour by the president himself. We have seen people who are being terminated or sacked as state officers are being dumped as advisors to the president. We now cannot even remember the number of state officers occupying the title or the office of advisor to the president. Even people who are being donated, if they cannot fit in the cabinet, in the so-called experts, and I don't know they are experts for what, donated to go and assist the president to rescue his cacophonous regime. You see they are being given titles of state advisors. Even a few days ago, a relative of one of those people who are driving the politics of conmanship and deception in Kenya, the politics of chicanery, a nephew was again appointed to go to an office in the KICC as a presidential advisor. So I want to finish my submission on this point of people becoming fidgety and uncomfortable on the criticism when we are being called to questions about our past, what we did in the past, even if we achieved so much. Those little things that we failed need to be explained either by a way of apologizing and owning up and saying, I occupied this office and I made this mistake. We have seen even a colonialist apologizing to Kenya for the atrocities on Mau Mau. So how about a Kenyan wanting to be a president, to be the chief executive of the Republic of Kenya, and our most progressive constitution that was enacted through pain, detention, maimings, assassinations, even post-election violence, not wanting to just say, I was in this particular public office as a CS, as a member of parliament, or as a chief justice, or any other office for that matter. And in this particular area, I would have done better. I remember President Moi Kibaki. On the day he was signing the memorandum of understanding with the Liberal Democratic Party, on behalf of the National Alliance, but Kenya then, with the Honorable Charity Gilu and the late Wamalwa Kijana at the high table. I remember he said that we may not have to, we don't have to go to history. What happened, happened. But in a way, if you interpret that speech, Moi Kibaki was saying, we have made mistakes in the past, but now there's so much to do in Kenya. And the doing needs people who are committed and dedicated. So we can come to that. And I do agree, of course, that we can't be hostages of the past. So in this process of, I have seen to the title, and I had a question about it, because I don't think all these PhDs and professors you are assembling and the luminaries of political parties can come to discuss whether Matiang'I came back or not. But I know it was meant to attract the audience and get us to be captivated to come here. I think everyone who is now presenting himself or herself as a possible flag bearer for the opposition to face President Ruto should actually be radically different from what Ruto is offering in order to excite, to thrill, and to inspire the majority of voters who have not had the burdens of negativities and liabilities of the politics that you have carried in the past. And I say we, including myself, and those others, Kionis and those Onyonkas that we have been in that realm of political leadership, including in the National Assembly, so that we interrogate so thoroughly. We know what is your position on land grabbing. Have you ever been accused of any land issue? Then, can you explain that particular matter to the full? Have you been accused of extrajudicial killings or complicity of the same? Can you excuse yourself or exonerate yourself? Have you been accused of state capture? Then explain, because these are the very grievances that made our children, the Gen Zs, to galvanize the whole country. And for once, there was a Rika, a generation, like the generation that belonged to Dedan Kimathi in the 50s, that was celebrated by the young and the old. If you went to an old lady or gentleman of 90 years, octogenarians, they were always asking, why are you killing our children? So these children don't do any other regime than like you would be like this one we have. They want a fresh start. They want a radical shift. They want a bold break away from how things have been in order to usher a new down. So interrogation, questioning, vetting, verifications, calling to account should be the painful process that we must go through now in order to get to the new chapter, the new era, the new dawn. Finally, how come we have a question of illegal, not illegal because there's not even illegal trading in organs, human organs trafficking, and a person who is implicated either by ownership of the hospitals that are implicated, that is a direct linkage. Instead of being revoked as a chairman of a state corporation, is being suspended. If we are serious about Kenya, there isn't anything more that we should be protecting with honesty, with all our hearts, wholeheartedly, than to protect the life of Kenya before we talk about property. So we are joking. So criminals are walking scot-free. They buy a seat in the state corporations. They buy a seat in the cabinet. I had Cleo Malala in another media platform. I think I should mention JKL, saying that there are two cabinet secretaries who are drug barons. That means, narcotics. And we have not seen Nakanda acting, asking, can you mention? Can you state? Or even the DCI going forward to say, these are very serious claims. We don't subject the claimant or the man making the allegations to carry the burden of proof. But can we now seek to know whether this country is safe in this regard? Because we know countries that have been dominated by militias and the drug barons and merchants of impunity who carry even political assassinations are nations that fail. They are called banana republics. I submit, truly so, that for us to have a new Kenya, we need to have the courage. Like Kennedy would say, a profile of courage, the long walk to freedom, in order to enact the spirit, not just the content, the letter and the spirit of the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya. We should have a bandwagon of a new formula and a new chapter that is completely opposite of the cacophonous, toxic, and the murderous regime that's presided over by William Ruto. Thank you.
Dibal.
Can I say something?
Hello?
Yeah,
Are you there?
just a moment, so that at least you can meet yourself, Kapando, and Honorable Dr. James, you can kindly just meet yourself. So you will give you a chance, so that also we have everybody speaking on. Benji, you wanted to say something briefly?
Mine is quite brief, Dibal, and I had said at the beginning of the show that I happen to know Dr. Fred Matiang'I personally. And of course, Dibal, all these years later, as an strategist, as an analyst, it would be remiss of me to not share my observations, my findings, with this panel. We really began this work with you more than 12 years ago in 2011, 2012 at NTV. Dibal, Fred Matiang'I is, as with any national leader, there'll be a lot of scrutiny and a lot of things that will come up. There are a lot of suspicions about his role as a university student in the Moi regime. But because that's a bit far back, and there are those who will query that, and even why he goes by the name Fred and not Frederick. Because sometimes Dibal, when you scratch the surface and go to details, you'll always find something. I just feel that from just my own observation, that he is also the embodiment of this kind of culture that we talked about earlier. Fred Matiang'I is a worker, for sure. He's a worker. He's pompous. He's aggressive. He will go towards a goal, but also at what cost? At what human cost? In my own experience, you will talk about something, and I've had professional meetings with him, And then the issue now that comes out is the issue of character, that a leader says, you know, this is what I will do, this is how we will do it, and then actually do it. So there are questions here. It's not for nothing. There was a lot of disregard of court orders, just the handling of dissidents, the handling of Miguna is just one example. But as a strategist now, Dibal, if you'll allow me, you know, Matiang'I actually had a chance at that time, 2021, 2020, post-COVID, etc. He actually had a chance to mold and model himself as a candidate and take the stab at that time. Now, there are some major blunders he made politically. For example, what Matiang'I did because Zawaka is the president used him to do his own work. So those of you who know Uhuru Kenyatta deeply, people like Kabando here, people like Professor Masharia Munene here, people like Professor Haman Manyora here, okay, and I'm just being very neutral and professional. You know, Uhuru would like to take Monday off. Uhuru would like to just kind of run the country in a lackadaisical fashion. Like, Mimi Msinisumbue, you know, if you want to talk to me, pigia Fred, you know. Ambassadors, don't bother me, etc. So Fred Matiang'I, in essence, then was running the country almost as, quote, the president. One of the major blunders they did, therefore, was the Azimio coalition looked at elections as just a mere formality. So that when they paraded Raila, the former prime minister, as a candidate, Fred Matiang'I then swaggered like, okay, we have agreed with my boss, President Uhuru, that this is the candidate, and the deputy president, Ruto, has no chance. So this is how it's going to be, whether you like it or not. And I believe his PS, Karanja Kibicho, made public statements repeatedly to that effect, specifically on Citizen TV. In fact, he went a step further and said, our polls show that Raila is ahead, and those who don't like it can buy ropes and hang themselves. So, as we talk about the toxic culture of bullying, of disregard for the Constitution, of disrespect for human beings, of manipulating and using and oppressing people, because that is where the Rivayala cases, etc., come from, Dibal, as an honest space, will not be able to run away from those uncomfortable discussions. And I really thank everybody who has made a contribution this evening towards morality and just having values and having a country that is clean and objective and humane. I really thank all of you guys that have spoken that way, Kabando and the rest, because there is no point of us continuing to cry about bad leadership and then always putting in a leadership that in the end we end up crying. So I'll kind of pause there. I know many things, but there are heavy questions about the callous, arrogant, heavy-handed, really is the word, leadership style of Fred Matiang'I. I thank you.
Yeah, yes. Just a moment, Professor and Honorable Richard Onyoka, because I think also Kabando has raised serious issues here, speaking quite furtively and in a very nuanced way, that yes, there's a cloud bank of doubts and integrity questions also around the candidature of Fred Matiang'I that he will not really run away from. He has to answer the questions of Yala, of course, and that extra, judicial killings that really happened so far. This is still hanging very freshly on the rafters of our minds. Wealth accumulations and the transparency. He was under investigation. I don't know how that really fared on, or it tapered just off with the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission regarding the accumulation of his wealth during his tenure as a cabinet secretary. The IDP funds, there are a lot of them, and quite more poignantly, we know of the Ruaraka land scandal, right? Involving controversial 1.5 billion shillings payout for land allegedly already owned by government. We had ethical conduct during electoral campaigns, and I can see, I think Honorable Kioni, you've dropped again to the listeners or the plenary questions around that. And the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights accusing Dr. Matiang'I in 2018 of breaching electoral rules by allegedly bribing voters during Jubilee campaigns, including the donation of a school bus, funds to a high school. How much, or how do, of course, such actions align with ethical standard expected of public servants, and what impact, of course, might they have on his presidential campaign? These are questions that we need to interrogate, because now when you come to this spaces, I mean, you're coming to the public arena, you're vulnerable. You are bound to be, you know, questioned on these things. So we'll want to hear how you handle that briefly. Allow me just to get Professor, where is he? Has he dropped? Oh yeah, Professor Gitila Naituli. Before I come to you, Professor Richard Onyonka, Senator Richard Onyonka, briefly, and then we can hear also from Honorable Nyikao. And then we go to the plenary because of time as well. Thank you. Gitila Naituli?
Yes. Now, without benefit of extensive research, I'll tell you what is attracting people to Matiang'I, what is making him become the topic. I mean, I was in Aguru. I've just arrived in Nairobi. I interacted a lot with the people over there. I was in Meru before that, interacted with a lot of people. People think that the system they have is rotten beyond repair. People believe that Kibaki, with all his success, he failed in one respect, that the government we had after independence, that is Kenyatta one government, should have settled the question of impunity. Should have gone after the Gaborios, after all those Kenyans who oppressed others, who betrayed the country with the Mzungu. The people feel that when Moi came, he continued the impunity, continued a criminal enterprise. Instead of running a state, he ran a criminal enterprise, and therefore should have been held accountable. People think the person who should do that should have been Mwai Kibaki. And Mwai Kibaki done that, then we will not be having what we're having now. We will not be having what in Jubilee did to the country before it handed over to Kenya Kwanza. Now, for some reason that I said I don't have data to explain it, people think that Matiang'I will put to an end the impunity which has been in the country. People think that William Ruto, even if you were to win the election, you refuse to leave. And therefore, the Kenyans are looking for somebody who has the capacity to run him out of town in the event that he decides to violate the law and take us to 2007. So if you are going to look for what is attracting the Kenyans to Matiang'I, you have now to look at the psychology of the Kenyans right now, and then the psychology of the leadership that is existing, and you realize that the Kenyans are looking for a warrior. They are not actually looking for a leader. So, and that, I mean, you can categorize it anyway. I think you can say that unfortunate because of all the issues you are raising. But then again, when you look at history, the people who threatened countries who address with the finality countries' weaknesses are the people who have the capacity to do so. Not negotiators, not the diplomats, but somebody who will come and say, wait a minute, we have lost it. We must come must come on a line. And therefore, people reach out to what he did with the stealing of exams, what he did with the school buses, what he did with the movement from the television thing. I don't have the language to describe the movement from the. So there is all this. They are looking at that. That's what I have listened to you here. What people consider as his weaknesses when he was the cabinet minister. Those weaknesses is what the people are thinking. Actually, they are his strength right now, because we are dealing with a completely different environment with very unreasonable people who probably need another unreasonable person to undo the mess that is currently taking place. So I think unless Matiang'I messes himself up once he go to the race, it appeared to me that this will be his race to lose. Now, like I've explained quietly here, and I said without serious data, that is people are simply looking for strength. People are scared of what the current president is likely to do in the event that he loses the election. And therefore, they need a strong fortress. They need a soldier. They need a warrior. And therefore, all the Matiang'I weaknesses are being converted into strength.
So
yes, I think that's it. I'm done.
Thank you.
Dibao, can I come in?
Yes, yes. And then we have Dr. Nika. You hanging on the line still? Thank you. Richard Onyoko, you can go on briefly.
Thank you. I have actually listened to what you've said and what Benji has said. I do believe that Fred will be given an opportunity to explain himself, whatever circumstances that led him, because when you are in certain government places and things like that, I believe he should come out and explain himself. Professor Naituli has actually...
Yes, and before you go to Naituli, Senator, we'll be very glad also to just host him on this particular space and open the mic to everyone now to actually, speak to him, and maybe if they can fire their questions and they have contributions to make as well. So if you could just pass on to Fred Matiang'I, as it goes to some of the big stations, of course, on TV. Also, this will be the place.
Thank you. I'll pass the message. So what I wanted to say is that, if voters are very interesting people. I have been voted for so many years, and sometimes it baffles me because I have never, for example, in any time I've done my politics, I had never at any one time planned any violence or planned to go and harass my opponent for years and years and years. I used to assume that my voters never saw that until when I was now running for senator. And that's when some of them will say, you know what, yes, these days the young boys like fighting each other. But for you, you never used to, So there's an attitude that exists right now there's a feeling, excuse me, let me use that word. The young people of this country see Matiang'I a little bit differently than we may want to see him as an adult. I have talked to 2, 3, 4 of them who talk about the Matiang'I exams, the Matiang'I food, how Matiang'I will go to schools in the morning and stuff like that. And I think Benji has raised it that some people felt he was doing it overzealously and everything. I believe that at some point, even me when I was a member of parliament and I'd given a chairman money to start building a classroom and he ate all of it. Once I appeared there with a panga and it wasn't looking good. I didn't mean to harm anybody. I was doing it for the dramatic so that it looks like he cannot do it again. The issues are weighty. I believe Fred is seized to answer them one by one. I believe that may not be what will deter him from continuing with his presidency. Just like any other country, people are going to watch, they're going to listen to him. If he will be convincing, I believe that they will treat him fairly. If he's not convincing, because my immediate and serious thinking about our country is that anybody who's going to run for president must understand how it's broken, why it's broken, and when it was broken, if need be, so that some of these things can be fixed, so that we can start fixing all the mess that we are having around us. And therefore, my feeling is that, yes, the existence of Matiang'I around Uhuru, the period he stays with him, even when it might have had some negatives, my belief and conviction is that during that time, he also learned quite a bit. He actually participated in a lot of events, international or otherwise. When I listened to him, sometimes making speeches and everything, I could see that he was making a change. In other words, he was now beginning to understand what governance was at the top level. And my honest feeling is that he's actually very well qualified, despite the critical issues which have been raised. And I believe when the time comes, and that should be soon enough. He will come out and answer them, and it's for Kenyans to judge whether the answers he will give would have satisfied them. The other last point I wanted to make is that I can say this. We've been conducting Sinovet, what do I call it? We have been doing polling to check why Fred is quite popular. And every poll we've done nationally, he's at 42%. When he's the number 2 person, he's at 27, and the rest go down that way. And all the issues that are being brought is what I heard Professor Naikuli say, that people want a leader who's going to be firm, who's going to be strong, who's going to try and fight the cartels and make sure he changes the mess that we are in. And somebody who I feel, and this is the credit is always being given, who showed that through the Ministry of Education, or even through the Ministry of Interior, or even through the Ministry of ICT, when he was moving from analog to digital, and everybody was up in arms and all that. Those were cartels fighting and all that. He was able to either influence, use soft diplomacy, or twist the president for the president to agree for him to keep on moving. Number 2, I do believe that there's no other candidate today. Oh yes, there's Vice President Kalonzo Musyoka, there's Eugene Wamalwa, there's everybody else. I believe that Fred Matiang'I knows William Ruto more than any other politician. Why? They work together through the government. He was there when Uhuru started with William. He was there during the Hague hearings. I mean, the whole of that journey, I believe, puts him in a position to know what to do if he really wants to be a challenger to President William Ruto. Thank you very much, Dibao.
Right, thank you. Thank you, Honorable Onyonka there. So let me just also get reactions from, I saw you raising your hand, Peter Kagwanja. You wanted to object or chime in, or what is your perspective? Kindly, and then we shall hear from Dr. James Tikal. I think he's dropped. Okay. Tikal, let's hear from you before Professor Peter Kagwanja. Yes, continue.
Who is speaking me? Oh, okay, it's not me. Sorry.
Yeah, we'll come to you. Is Dr. Nika?
I said mine is actually very brief. Mine is very brief. Dr. Matiang'I comes in, and why there is so much attention coming. People are desperate in this country. People are desperate, and people are actually afraid of the future. And you know, particularly the areas of education, the areas of security, the areas of health. Now, people are just afraid. People don't know what is going to happen. So then Matiang'I comes with a history of a man of action. And in which areas was he known as a man of action? Again, it was in the area of education, the area of security, and the area of digitization. So particularly in education, where he actually made a great change in the examination, the cheating in examination. It was so profound that schools that used to be top came down, and now it was clear they were cheating. Even entry into the university went down because people were cheating. So it was remarkable. And so people saw him as a man of action. And that is why when he comes in now, when people are feeling desperate, people say, this may be the guy we are looking for. We saw him. He did this, and we saw some changes. But then there is a danger that I think I see for him. He comes in, people are desperate, and what people are really looking for in this country now is a selfless person, more or less in the level of Nyerere, Mandela, and so on, because that is what you need. Now the danger is Dr. Matiang'I going to actually fit that bill? Is he going to avoid tribal grouping? Ethnicity is a big way of mobilization in this country. And it's very easy for somebody to be roped in this tribal politics and tribal mobilization. Is he really going to run away from that safely? Is he going to run away from money politics? Because again, the country seems to be having, it's a human being has split personality. They know that big money has actually affected us negatively, but we still have a big admiration for people who come in with big money, and it's how it is going to be used. I wonder whether these two things, uh, being driven in a tribal cocoon, being driven into look at how to use big money in politics. And then last, propaganda, where, as somebody said, when what we know as his strengths are then scrutinized and then subjected to propaganda, will he survive these dangers? I think I'll summarize it like that. I see why people go for him. I see the dangers ahead of him and the challenges that he'll face. And I think for me, at this point, I leave it at that.
Dubar, may I chip in just briefly, please?
Can I
Hello?
allow me just to give you the mic to Professor Peter Kagwanja, then we'll come to you, Professor Karuti. Kindly, briefly, yes, Kagwanja.
Yes, I really want to be brief because by the way we are talking and about Matiang'I and all this, we appear to be on a promotional a campaign, which is very wrong. Because here on this platform, we stood to talk about our society and the decay, in it, and the problems we are facing. Obviously, we cannot avoid talking about William Ruto because he's a man who holds the total accountability of our country. But the way we are talking about Matiang'I here is very, very promotional. And I think we need to desist from there and get to the gist of the matter. The essence of it is that I watched James Orekiapi, professor, a man of integrity, gifted, who had done great jobs, and obviously it went that way. Politics is a very different game from the kind of marketing that we're doing here. What we need to do is to look at what Matiang'I can do. Matiang'I was a fixer for Uhuru Kenyatta, and not everybody agreed with what Uhuru Kenyatta did. I remember Benji asking me, whether the current quagmire we find ourselves in has its origin or genesis in Uhuru Kenyatta's system. And I answered to the affirmative that is true. And Matiang'I, to a great extent, stood out as an exception to the general rule in that government, but at the same time, as a personal achiever, I, at a personal level, know Matiang'I long before he even got into politics, from civil society and all, and we work together as academics and all that. But the essence of it is that this is a different ball game. Now, the way we are doing here, we are not helping Matiang'I because Kalonzo Musyoka is watching or listening, or his people are listening. Mother Karua, my friend, Omunyoro is also listening where he is, and others are listening. So it's more of the Matiba factor when he came in 1992. Where is Odinga? Where is Murilo? Where are the others? So Matiang'I has come from abroad and is beginning to have this big axe that is splitting the opposition, or the opposition through. I think we need to talk about the issues that Matiang'I can address collectively with others. I think that's the debate, if we're talking about opposition. And to isolate the issues that differentiate him from Ruto, not the fact that he's this Akurian man who will bring Ruto down if Ruto does not want to get out of power. That's not really good marketing. The issue is, what does Matiang'I stand for? I know him as a man who has a resolve. Whatever other weakness we may bring about, is if he's at the helm of it, he will be able to stand his gun and stand on moral foundation. But how does he get there? He cannot get there by being paraded as better than others. I think we are using the wrong game here. Let's stop being promotional about Matiang'I. Let him stand up and say what he's going to do. Let him wade his way through either the opposition or whatever other formation is going to emerge. You never know by October next year what kind of other formation is going to emerge. But discussing Matiang'I as a fixer, I think that's the wrong approach to things. Thanks. Sorry.
Thank you, Professor Peter Kagwanja. That is noted. Let me give the floor to Karuti, Professor Karuti. Then we hear Professor Macharia. We want to open the floor to also a plenary so that we can get reactions as well, because time is really far much spent. It's taking away from us.
Yeah,
Keep it for long. Yes, briefly.
Yeah, I would like to say that we are still dealing with the symptoms of a problem in this country. And the moment we acknowledge that we are dealing with symptoms, and these symptoms cannot be corrected by individuals, the better for us. I've always said that political elites in the country are the same. Matiang'I and Ruto and Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga are the same. Let's call a spade a spade. And all that is required then is for us to ask what are the fundamental problems that we want these elites to correct if they were to run for office and win the elections. That's the most fundamental thing that we need to address. Matiang'I, Ruto, Uhuru, Kalonzo are all cut from the same cloth, I must admit. And because of that, we have got to start asking ourselves, where do we stand in terms of holding them to account, and what are the issues we want to be addressed in this country, and how do we shape their narratives when they stand for office to correct these particular problems that we have a concern with. And I don't see ourselves coming to that. As Kawanja said, I think we are running a very wrong course to start talking about an individual correcting what we have. We need to start asking ourselves, what kind of framework do we need to put in place to correct the challenges that we have? Youth unemployment is on the lowest level ever. And this is simply because of how we have handled the manufacturing industry in this country in the last 10, 15 years. What do we do to correct the manufacturing sector? What do we do to correct what happens with tax collection in this country? What do we do to correct industrialization? I mean, to make Kenya an industrialized country? What do we do to create more jobs for our youth so that they don't go for jobs outside the country? These are the real things that we need to start discussing. Now, I'm afraid that the opposition we have in the country today, whether we have it by name or or literally, has not come down to say what they can ever do to address some of the challenges we have. I have not heard anyone from the opposition saying that the government is doing the following things wrong and we are going to do the following things right. I've not heard the opposition saying that this was what we have to do to correct, I mean, to improve on exports to exports of Kenyan goods. My problem is that actually we are not talking issues, we are talking individuals. And the more we move to understanding that we have a problem as of Kenya's political culture, of sometimes preferring to talk about individuals rather than what we need as a country, and B, not having a long-term vision for our country, then better we shall run a better course for this country. But I think we need to go back to the drawing board, recognize that we have a political culture that is wrong, a political culture that promotes individuals rather than issues, a political culture that tolerates ethnicity, whereas in public we don't. I mean, we have got fundamental problems that we need to address as a country, even as we prepare for these elections. Unfortunately, we are likely to face 2027 and have the same resort of leaders who don't care for the country but care for short-term gains. That's where we are as a country. We need to start asking, what kind of leaders can we produce who can have a long-term vision and work towards that end of making Kenya a better society? I think we are the ones who are tolerating these individuals and shaping what they do and doing it wrong all the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Karuti. Professor Macharia, you wanted to just weigh in briefly, then we open the floor to the plenary for questions and contributions as well.
Thank you. There's issue of Matiang'i's return, because it's been portrayed that he has returned, and some people portray him as if he's a savior. So he's come to save the country. All he has done is increase the excitement in the political arena, and how long the excitement will last is another matter. He's charismatic, that is not in doubt, but charisma takes you only so far, and such things. So it is an excitement and almost the same level, maybe slightly lower, as the one that Wamunyoro created after he was kicked out of the deputy president's place. There's a lot of excitement around him, and see how long will it last or whatever it is. So all that Matiang'i's return from Washington has done is to create some excitement and to have some people present him as if he's a savior to Kenya, which he is not. But he's an exciting candidate. He makes it fun to watch politics from afar, but not to make any conclusion one way or the other. 2 years is a long time that we have before it's even clear who is it that is likely to emerge as the main challenger to William Ruto, because Ruto will be a candidate. And it's increasingly looking as if Raila will also be a candidate. So another candidate who is not either Ruto or Raila, and there may be a number of them. But what Matiang'i has done is simply to make the political feud exciting to watch and nothing else. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Macharia. I wanted just to ask Haman, looking at the political outfit that Matiang'i is coming through with, and Jeremiah Kioni was here. I think he's dropped to the listeners on the plenary. He will have answered that quite snugly or fittingly. I wanted just to ask you, do you think Jubilee is a better outfit for Matiang'i, given his region as well? And yes, now that we know Uhuru Kenyatta also is bankrolling death as well, what sort of shadow looms behind Matiang'i with Uhuru Kenyatta also being the person who is, shall I say, pulling the strings, so to speak, when it comes to funding Matiang'i? Alan Manyora?
Okay, thank you. The bar, there has been talk of a project, as we all have heard, Huru's project, and Jeremiah Kioni put it. The less said about that, the better. You see, when you have branded a project, it comes with its own problems. But again, who wouldn't want Huru's support? Truth be said, who among all these candidates wouldn't want Huru's support? Who wouldn't want the populous Mount Kenya region to support them if they are running for president? As to whether he is a project or not, that is a small matter, because there's always talk of a project. If, for example, Kalonzo were to be supported by Gachagua, would that make him a project, Gashagua's project? I mean, there's always somebody in the politics supporting the other. Politics is about soliciting for support. Politics is about interests. And therefore, the crude labeling of project, I don't think that should derail anybody. If I were running for president and somebody called me Uhuru's project, it wouldn't even bother me, because Uhuru's support will come with so much. There's something people have said about, because now I must sign off immediately after this. There are things that are coming out. Some people are tending to suggest that Matiang'i comes with his baggage. That happens in politics all the time, all the time. In fact, in 2007, as we are talking about changing this country through Raila Odinga, inevitably, there were people in the Pentagon and around the Pentagon who had questionable characters. But as a country, we said, in the manner in which Achebe talked about the early politicians in 1989, that when the bigger desire is to bring change, sometimes it may not be so important in terms of the people you are working with. What you look at is the change. That every politician in this country has a past. That past, like Kabando says, must be questioned, must be interrogated, except that it must not be allowed to stand in the way of the greater desire of the country to change and move forward. So, yes, and somebody else has said, I think it's Kabando again, sometimes it might be desirable for you to say, fine. Even in the Bible, they say, when I was a child, I did things that children do. When I was in some position, perhaps it looked that that was the thing to do. Now, with hindsight and with more experience in life, I think that wasn't the right thing to do. And I apologize to people, or you explain. But to think that among the politicians we have in this country, we will fail to pick one merely because of what they have done or not done in them. I think we will not get a politician that is absolutely clean in this country. It is for that reason that I've always argued, if Kenyans want a really break with the past, then they must think differently, think outside the catchment areas from which we get the leaders we call leaders. So therefore, I'm just concluding by saying, Matiang'I being Uhuru's project, that's nothing. In fact, to me, is a serious plus, because everybody is somebody's project. In fact, ultimately, the best candidate will be the people's project. So being a project is nothing. And finally, again, like I've said, everybody comes with some challenges. And somebody has said for Matiang'I, some of these so-called challenges are actually what is attracting people to him. Because truth be said, Kenyans want somebody who can deliver. Matiang'I has shown in the past he has the capacity to deliver. The part of him looking arrogant is also the same part that makes him a no-nonsense person. The sort of person Kenyans will be looking for now, like Professor Naituli has said. So I don't see any of these challenges standing in the way of Matiang'I. Only to say that the people of Kenya may require some answers in some aspects. And that is for Matiang'I and his team. Onyonka, I hope you are listening and delivering this. For them to ensure they are able to communicate with the people of Kenya, have a conversation with the people of Kenya around the issues that may make some people uncomfortable. And I don't think that's too much. Thank you, Diba, and I think I sign off now.
Thank you.
Yeah, don't go away. We want just to open the plenary and then we wind up briefly. I think we've covered enough of that. We've talked a good game about Matiang'I, as Professor Kagwanja and Karuti alluded to. Yes, it shouldn't be also a platform where he gets a promotion. We should be discussing issues as it were. And I want just to open the floor to a panelist right now. Not really a panelist, but the plenary. I can see most of you, so many requests. Because of interest of time, we just take a few. I would urge you also to be very brief. Just fire questions or share contributions. A minute or even 50 seconds will do, so that we can get reactions also maybe from our panelists if it's directed to any of them. So brevity is of essence. I want to hand the mic briefly to Josephine Nganga. You have the floor right now. Kindly be brief.
Thank you very much, host, and I want to say good evening to fellow Kenyans from wherever you are. Good morning, good afternoon, as per your timelines. And a happy Easter to everyone. I wish you well. I had taken a break from the express, but I'm back now after the Easter. Yes, and this is what I would suggest to say. It's a nice topic that you've just brought about, Professor Matiang'I, and what I can say personally is that at a particular point, there was a time I thought Matiang'I would do good to this country. However, he lost his track on the way and he started showing arrogance and actually joining wars which he didn't belong to. And that's actually where he lost his credit. As per me right now, I am not able to elect Matiang'I because it was very simple. And I've questioned him severally and he has tried to ignore that. It's very important if you are looking for a position, You have to be able to answer the questions when people ask. And I've asked him, we've seen you join a battle between two bosses and you were not the right person to do that. You didn't stand your ground. How would you stand your ground for this country when it's drowning? You will still take sides. And he cannot tell me that he would not take side in such an event. However, nevertheless, yes, no matter how desperate we are as a nation, we have to compose ourselves and stand firm and see to it that all the time, anything that happens, it doesn't happen for the first time. It has happened before, and we can copy what has been happening. Let's draw our minds back to 2002. What happened? Because so many people are just standing there and trying to think that Ruto is the only savior, and now he has to get the back because there is nobody else who can remove him from this country. It's true. A sitting president to be removed, it's not easy, but we can do it by coming together, all of us who do not believe in what he's doing, and joining together and forgetting about the opposition. Because again, we don't know, even neither the Matiang'I could be also a project of Ruto himself, so that he makes sure that the opposition doesn't stand. These are things that we need to put into consideration. Anybody at this particular point can be used as a project. So we need to stand firm and see what can we do to minimize the aspirants of the presidential contest, so that we are able to beat Ruto hands down with no question and no query. That's my opinion and that's my personal view. However, I call upon all fellow Kenyans, we have to stand up for our country, because anybody who is seeking for leadership as a president and is not thinking in the parameters of reviving the factories in the country which are closed down, then that's not a leader who is intending actually to arrest the issues of unemployment in the country. For us to arrest the issues of unemployment in our country, we have to focus on reopening all the factories and stopping any import of anything that can be manufactured in our country. That's the only president we need right now to change our country and to build up our economy. I really appreciate the host for giving me the opportunity, and thank you, fellow Kenyans, for listening to me. I'll be participating again and again wherever I need to do that. Thank you so much, and God bless us. Happy Easter to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you,
Wonderful.
Josephine. For the comment. Yes, appreciated. Let me hand over also the mic to Abdinu. Abdinu, you say that you're the founder chair of UDA, that is United Democratic Alliance. Is that true? You can tell us, or you can chime in.
Oh, thank you, Dibal. Thank you, Dibal. I am Abdi. I'm the founder chairman, United Democratic Alliance, and currently an independent consultant. I want to join the chorus saying that Mr. Matiang'I, personally, I think he is a performer. This country today needs salvation. I think he can contribute immensely to, if elected in 2027, I know he can perform. But the biggest caveat and the biggest obstacle to Matiang'I's candidature is, why are we people running away from my UDA or my Kenya Kwanza? It's because of extrajudicial killing, arrogance, abductions, and all these things. Unfortunately, or paradoxically, under his hello.
Yeah, we can hear you. You went off the grid a bit. Yes, thank you.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, continue.
Under his leadership, there was Rivanyala, abductions, and above all, he showed a lot of arrogance. And people are running from my party today, or my coalition today, because of the arrogance and opulence. And Matiang'I had displayed a lot of arrogance during his time. Additionally, there was a lot of abductions with no sorrow or remorse, and I think his candidature will be affected so much by his past. And I want to say finally that also people are seeing him as a project of the current administration, just because maybe people suspect that he has a lot of scars and he knows a lot. Therefore, people see him as a project of the Kenya Kwanza administration who want to divide the votes in 2027. Thank you very much, Dibal. And I want to say, Mr. Matiang'I, welcome back to your country. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdinu. We really appreciate. So you UDA party, it's hands off from you. It is under new management. You're just the founder, or what really happened?
Yes, I'm the founder, chairman, emeritus.
Right, thank you. Okay, let me just hand over the mic to Alenga Toros Dax. Kindly just mute and you can fire away a question or share your contribution briefly. Thanks, sir.
Okay, thank you, Debal, for this opportunity to be able to contribute on this worthy discourse. I represent a voice from my generation, which is fairly younger than the rest of the speakers that have gone before me, and I truly appreciate being able to share the platform with them and being able to listen to them keenly and learn from their wealth of experience. However, I have three things to bring forth, and one of them is none of the speakers that went before me has been able to speak about the state and the issue of youth and unemployment in this country, which is a huge, huge scourge that no government ever talks about. But before that, then we have to look at two things that we argue about them interchangeably, and sometimes one looks more of the other than the other, and that is government and the state. So the moment we distinguish between government and the state, then we are able to get the trajectory where we are supposed to go. Ours is to walk towards a state that we want. The government is about the individuals that will fill the positions of leadership on a day-to-day basis. That can change, but if the backbone of it, which is the state, does not change, so that we have a state that contemplates what the people think and what the people want, then we lose the direction and the conversation altogether. So back to my point of the issue of youth and unemployment, many people do not speak about this, even the leadership. And when they do speak about it, they speak about it just as any other word is, and as the content of their rhetoric, rather than a conviction of their hearts and a commitment of their future actions. Why? Because the generation that has been perpetually in power emanates from the 70s, the 60s, the 80s, and those times, if you remember, everyone here, getting a job was not really a problem, but persevering through the educational system was the problem. But today we have young people that are acquiring degrees upon degrees. They are going through a lot, but when they get discharged out of these institutions, there is nowhere to go. And why is there nowhere to go? Because the structures that would have absorbed these young people were brought down by their very parents, who saved everything to educate them, but they kept spoiling everything that was a structure that would support them. When you look at the news, who are the chairmen that are failing boards in this country? They're not young people. Who are the CEOs that are bringing down companies? They're not young people. Who are the leaders of parastatals that are killing those parastatals on a day-to-day basis? They're not young people. They are the fathers of the very children that want employment today. Secondly, we have an issue of the young people losing faith in the way of the ballot as a means of transition of government, because we have looked at how everything has gone on in this country, and we do not have the slightest scintilla of hope that change can ever come from that ballot. So we want a leader that can inspire us that that ballot can become meaningful in 2027, so that when we register and come out in our numbers, that result will reflect what happened on the voting day. Thirdly, we have a youth that is constantly being weaponized against their own country, to hate the system, to hate the leadership, to hate everyone that is in the place, because we are drowning, and the same people that were supposed to save us from the water are just looking at us and toasting wine to their deals and their other things, because our issue has never been brought to the table. So we have a youth that is constantly in hate of their own country. And where I come from, they say a young child who does not feel loved by the village will one day light it up so that he can just sit back and feel the warmth of the village. So this is an issue that the next leadership must configure a way in which they are going to absorb the youthful sentiment in this country, and then give us hope that we can actually turn out in numbers and change the system so that this system works for us. And for us, when we say Ruto must go, we do not mean that him as a person must go. We mean the mentality must go. We mean the structure must go. We mean the way of thinking must go. And there we have to have a new Kenya, a state that pleases us, a state that reflects that which we want. So therefore,
thank you.
I'm just landing, Dibal. So therefore, when we say must go, we are saying that the beginning of that, or the actualization of that, will import into the Kenyan politics a realization that, you know, you can be removed from power if you do not do what people want. It is not, we have to take away that notion that I will lead the way I want, but they will allow me to finish my 10 years and just go. There now has to be a punitive measure on that, so that even the next leader that comes, we do not care how bad he's intending to rule the country, but at the hindsight, he will know that these people can remove me. So we want to paint that reality that there comes a time when we can punish bad behavior of our leaders, and that can only be punishable through the ballot. So that leader that is coming in 2027, whether it is Matiang'I or whoever it is, must first of all inspire us, because the conversation of 2027 is between tribal mobilization and recognition of the young population. So if that leader comes and speaks to us and harnesses the numbers that we have, then we are going to create the change that is so desired. So I think I would definitely have a lot of things to say, but let me land on that in the interest of time.
Thank you, Alenga. I really do appreciate your sentiments there. Let's hear from Western. Briefly, Western Shilaho.
Dibal, hi. Greetings to everybody. Dibal, I think we are a schizophrenic society. Schizophrenic. Because it beats logic. It beats logic that someone could have issues with William Ruto for extrajudicial executions, for corruption, runaway corruption, for brazen disregard of the Constitution. And in the same breath, we'll tell you that Matiang'I is the option, is the alternative. That's schizophrenic. There's no logic there whatsoever. So the question is, why are you opposed to William Ruto then? Can you just run people through that tortured logic? Why you're opposed to William Ruto? Why do you lament that people are being killed on the streets? They're disappeared. People are becoming millionaires without producing anything. Corruption all over the place. At the same time, you want to convince people that Matiang'I is the alternative. Okay, so we are not bothered with this post-colonial edifice that is decadent, rotten, anti-people. We just care about personalities. So if you come into power, you kill people, but you are my person. I have no problem with that. If you are in power, you're killing people, you're not my person, suddenly you've got a problem with what you're doing. Like, how can you be such a society? Honestly, how can you be such a society? Then we deserve these people, don't we? Because we're not better than them. They are cynical, we're also cynical. We don't care about our well-being, we don't care about our lives. So somebody, Matiang'I, on record, disregarding court orders, not one, not two, not three, many court orders. He disregarded them. A person, if you care, he was at the airport, some lady asked him to queue, he refused. This lady, I think, was sacked or something. So hubristic like that, has no regard for order. Why would you want somebody like that to be your president? He's going to shoot you in the head. Or you think he's going to shoot other people? You think so? You think this no-nonsense thing you're talking about, it's not some nebulous thing, it's violence. This no-nonsense thing is violence. So you think it's going to mete out violence on other people, but not you. Is that what you think? Let's get serious. This is one individual who kept Miguna, a bona fide Kenyan, in exile for 5 years. For 5 years. In defiance of court orders. Is that the person you want to be your president? And therefore, why do you then invoke the law when it comes to William Ruto? Why do you invoke it? That the law is disobeyed now and now. Matiang'I is said to be one of the dollar millionaires of Uhuru Kenyatta government. What did he produce? What did he produce? So you have a problem with some people who steal from you, but others, you give them a free pass. What kind of logic is that? Could you please run me through that logic so that I get it? What logic is that? What is it? We're told he's been working for the World Bank. We have a problem with this neoliberal approach to economic issues. How the World Bank, the IMF, Bretton Woods institutions are anti-people, part of our governance problems. We're told he's from DC or wherever, been working for the World Bank. You want to make him your president? What is the problem with you? What is the problem with you? Do you even care about your own well-being? Or let me ask, do you understand the problem? Do you even understand the problem? Do you? I don't think you do. You don't get it. You don't understand it. So I think the problem, we have to begin from appreciating what is the problem, what is our challenge, before we bother to look for the solution. Because you're not going to identify the solution until and unless you appreciate what is the crux of the matter. And from the conversations I'm hearing, we don't appreciate what the problem is with our society. We think our problem is about personalities. Hence, this pervasive messiah complex all over the place. You think politics is so simplistic. You just get somebody at the helm, voila, all will be well. You think so? Corruption will disappear with Matiang'I. He's a no-nonsense guy. No, we're obsessed with bullies, autocrats, and at the same time, we wax lyrical about this beautiful constitution. But we celebrate bullies and autocrats. In a democracy, do people think like that? Violators of human rights, serial constitutional breakers, we celebrate them. Matiang'I, as I learned Dibal, in a normal society, would be having court cases. As we speak now, would be having court cases. His name will not be featuring in a presidential race. So we are not a normal society. We'd be having court cases, hopping from one court to another court, defending himself. He is lucky that the people who are in power now are like him. But if they were different, he would not be featuring in a presidential race. He would actually stand the risk of going to jail for the things he did, the massacres, defiance of court orders, and those things he did. But he's lucky he was born and brought up in a society where impunity is celebrated and it's institutional. And therefore, even citizens, no matter how much violence you mete out to them, they'll still celebrate you and even ask you to become their president so that you mete out more violence up to them. We deserve these politicians. We deserve William Ruto. Tibal, If Matiang'I was to run against William Ruto would take him to the cleaners. That is so basic and commonsensical. He will take him to the cleaners because they are both cynical people, only that William Ruto has got the instruments of power and he will use them to checkmate him. If they couldn't stop him when they had instruments of power with Uhuru Kenyatta, if it's his project, I don't understand how they are going to best him now that he's in power, no matter how enraged we are with William Ruto. He's a very cynical politician. Matiang'I is. So let's see how it's going to play itself out. I yield the ball.
Thank you.
Well done.
Spoken quite movingly there. Not after issues, just waking up our consciences, bro. We really do appreciate it. Let's take Wanjiru. Wanjiru, over to you.
Good evening, Dibal, and thank you very much for organizing this platform where we can come and listen to, very, very good debates about what's happening in our country. I just want to take a different approach to my contribution, and I'm just looking at the current Kenyan political situation in respect to the Easter story. And I look at Jesus Christ for the sake of the Christians in the platform. You might, know this story very well. He did sacrifice himself for the salvation of humanity, and even though he did so many things that we read about, very good things, saving, raising people from the dead, feeding the multitude. He still got betrayed, especially by people who were very close to him. He was crucified. And my message to Matiang'I is Jesus was celebrated as he entered Jerusalem. On Palm Sunday, the crowds were singing Hosanna, Hosanna, praising Jesus. But on the Friday, he got crucified. We saw Mukisa Kitui, how he came in when he was, coming in and planning to vie for presidency. And we saw what happened just before he even got there. A lot of scandals, it was very ugly what happened to him. And he came in, he resigned from a job abroad to come and vie for presidency. What I can say in this case, Matiang'I is just entered Jerusalem and the crowds are singing Hosanna to him. But if he's not careful, he's going to go through betrayal. There might be a Judas in his camp who will betray him. And even those who are singing Hosanna, like Peter, denied Jesus, he might go down that route. So Kenya is a very, very unique country. We saw what happened to William Ruto. He was the chosen one, the savior in 2022. A lot of people sang praises for him. Those same people now are saying Ruto must go. So just like Weston said, sometimes we deserve what we get because we are very emotional as a country. We very emotional. We think emotionally. We vote emotionally, and then later on we start regretting. So I think it's a time that the country needs to sit down, interrogate all these people who are, aspiring to be presidents in the future, and ask these questions. In this kidney organ trafficking, what would Matiang'I do if he was president today? What would Gachagua do if he was president today? What would Kalonzo do if he was president today? What would they do? And why are they quiet now? And all these things, all the ills in the society that are happening now, why are they quiet? Why are they not offering solutions? Why are we listening to Gachagua every Sunday lamenting and uncovering all the ills of this government? Why is he not offering a solution? Why are these leaders not coming up and saying, this is where we are as a country. We have all these problems. These are the solutions we are proposing. Why are we not hearing these voices? Why are we only hearing people criticizing, people going on podiums and calling people names and criticizing government? When are we going to have people of, integrity come up and say, with the economy, we can propose this. With, whatever is happening, these are our solutions, these are proposals, so that people can start interrogating and say, well, if these people become leaders in the future, I think they might be able to lead properly or better than the current government. But all we hear is people going, grabbing the microphone in churches and funerals and just criticizing and telling us, oh, huyu alifanya hivi, anafanya hivi, pesa inaibiwa, I don't know what. We don't need that. I think as a country moving forward, we don't need that. We need people to take those microphones and say, yes, the economy is not performing well. These are our proposals. I will land on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Wanjiru. Thank you for those sentiments. We really do appreciate it. Abdurrahman, if yes, you can actually just share your contribution as well briefly.
Thank you so much. I stand to represent the voice of a fairly younger generation. I'm a millennial. But we stand on the shoulders of giants who have come before us, the Professor Kawanjas, Kabandos of this world, Dr. James Nyikal, and we actually see the sacrifices that you people make. Especially, I want to commend the approach that Dr. Nyikal has taken on this kidney harvesting issue, and I want him to know that we have full confidence in his committee to have the full investigations disclosed to the people of Kenya, so that we get to know the center of where this tissue cross matching and all the testing that was happening and all that. We are obsessed with the presidency, but mine, I want to advise and also call on the fairly younger people who are politically conscious, as we've seen the previous year and the year we are in of our Lord, that if we were to be actively involved in politics and take other elective positions where key decisions are made, we can actually render this presidential position sort of irrelevant, so that even if we were the critical masses were to elect people of the names that have been mentioned here, we able to balance and to reverse if they were to lead our nation towards the direction that majority of people are not willing to take. So I want also to ask that those of us that have thought politics do not have an impact on their lives to reconsider the positions and join the ever-growing voices of youth and the fairly young at heart that are willing to see change in our country, to take these political positions so that we implement the change that we do need. I also call for stronger people of integrity to fill institutions in our nation that need, as someone has mentioned before, that when our state is filled with people of integrity that steer the nation towards prosperity and able to counter evils that are being perpetrated by generations before us, then it doesn't matter who come up there and try to twist people in compromising the integrity. Then we're going to set the mood and the direction of our country towards prosperity, and to bequeath the generations that will come after us with a proper and a more revolutionized nation. Thank you so much, Dibal, for the beautiful work you're doing. We see you and we celebrate you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Abdurrahman. We appreciate your sentiments as well. Keep on also contributing on the platform more and more. I want to hand over to Esther Nyonje. Esther Nyonje, right? Kindly be brief as well, my dear. Thank you.
Thank you, Dibal. I will start from asking you to include more women on your speakers panel, because for the last shows it has been a highly dominated space by men. I'm wondering, where are the women, for the legislators, for the governance experts, academia, and all that? So that's a call to you, to the show, Dibal. And my contribution is that we know that our country is usually a very highly and continuously, it's usually highly continuously politically, right from the elections to the next elections. We are always in a political mood, and that's a sad thing, starting from the appointments of the PSS and the CSS and people in service delivery positions. It's all about the politics. And as much as we'll be told that it's politics, you need to the violence, take it by force, and you need to fight for your positions, let us not forget that we are a country that is governed by rule of law and the constitution. Every aspect, be it be devolution, be it be public finance, there are structures that govern these aspects. And therefore, where is the other aspect of the social contract that people need service delivery, even if we're a political country? And I'm hearing about other names like Matiang'I coming up at this time. It's good to start having the conversation about alternative leadership, because many people are shying away from political positions because you know how expensive it is. So as we get into the conversation of alternative leadership, and I I am not so happy about pointing out individuals at this time, because political alliances and formations are going to change. They said they're in politics in such a long time. By 2027, we'll have very different formations. So at this time, as a youth in this country, and I'm urging other fellow youth to organize in terms of agenda, and organize in terms of arming themselves in how are we going to make our political space less expensive, because that comes up to a responsible citizenry. It is when the president will be taking his hat, his cape, and his shirt campaigning, he will come to the people to ask for the votes. When the governors and the MCS, they will come to the people to ask for the votes. So the people should know that the power they have, and it is our responsibility in this space and beyond to pass this message to the people, to know that it is you who gives the politicians this power. Whatever we have today, whatever we're complaining today, is a reflection of what we chose in the ballot in 2022. So can we have a responsible citizenry that is going to make good decisions about their leaders in 2027? Because the politicians will align themselves. Can the people also arm themselves with responsibility and coming up with, because there's a high rate of also political intolerance that is coming up? What are we doing about this as we head into 2027? What are the electoral reforms as we head into? What are we doing to make our politics less expensive, so that we are not bribed, that we are not used as tools for politicians, but we're going to make responsible decisions? That is my take for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther, there for your sentiments, and yeah, we do acknowledge your frustration, and we'll work on it as well. I want just to hand over the mic to Joe Ogasibu. Joe, if you may also just share briefly your question or contribution. We need to wind up way beyond time. Joe, kindly get muted.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for giving me a couple seconds to chime in my 2 cents. I'm glad that we're having this conversation. I think they say that a problem that is talked about is a problem that is half solved. So I think we're halfway there towards salvaging our country and providing solutions to what's affecting us all. The issue of Professor Matiang'I being pushed on the throats of Kenyans, it has been quite insensitive, because we saw him rule with Uhuru and Ruto. And we know for sure that if he becomes the next president of Kenya, he's just going to continue on the same path that Uhuru and then Ruto have taken us through. There are some Kenyans who want to see Uhuru and Ruto prosecuted for the crimes they've committed against Kenyans. For sure, Dr. Fred Matiang'I is not going to be the guy to send those two to jail. He worked for them, and he was very efficient for them. He was actually their hammer and the sickle for making sure he silences dissent. And he was very effective, two-faced. He could tell the crowd this is what's happening, but at the same time, he's doing something in the background that's completely opposite. So he is the best candidate if you want the status quo of oppressing Kenyans to go on. He's the best candidate to carry on the job. There are so many people who disappeared under the tenure of Dr. Fred Matiang'I. We saw those strange fish floating on River Yala. I'm using the term strange fish in relation to the strange fruit that was growing on top of trees in the United States when they were under the apartheid regime of Jim Crow. So if you want to get away from one monster and be ruled by another monster, then I think we Kenyans we really have a long way to learn. We are really sick. We have some type of Stockholm syndrome that we need deliverance from. He kind of jeopardized the education system. The Kenyan education system started falling from when they took over, and it hasn't recovered yet. Right now, education system is in the pits. It's worse than when he took it over, and we need someone who's going to repair our education system. One way to attack a society is to make sure that you affect their education system, their food sovereignty, and then you affect their health. He was able to chop down the education system very well, and if we give him 5 years of our time, then we are not going to have a future for Kenya. My candidate that I'll be voting for when that time comes is and I've been asking this question is who is in a position to prosecute and jail Mr. Uhuru or Mr. Ruto or Mr. Matiang'I? If you show any promise that you can prosecute those, I want them to go through due process, and everyone who ruled under them and everyone who has committed crimes against Kenya, they need to be prosecuted, and they need to be, we need to recover whatever we can recover. The other issue is who is going to recover the monies that have been stolen from Kenya and stashed, those billions that are stashed abroad. Is your candidate, does he show any promise to recover those stolen billions and repatriate them back to Kenya? If he cannot, then that's not the candidate that we want. We want someone who stands for law and order, someone who stands for justice. Is Matiang'I able to deliver that? And he's been accused of becoming a dollar billionaire within a very short time without having a single industry or a single product, a single book under his name. I think I will stop at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Lastly, let's hear you talk about Joe. I liked it. I can connect that with what Weston was saying regarding what's our problem. So could it be also we as Kenyans were suffering from the Stockholm syndrome, right? Thank you for highlighting that. Let's just hear from Kidi. Briefly, Kidi. I know also you got a streak of politician in you, so don't hold the time here. Briefly, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Adabal. I will cut to the chase. I have listened to this Twitter space from the beginning, and I want to congratulate you for the quality of the panelists you brought on board. Brilliant, fine, polished public intellectuals. But I think I'm a little disappointed by how they contradict themselves. Because when you hear someone like Professor Herman Manyora, whom I think has done a good work both in the academia and in the practice of politics, in attempting to redirect this country towards its better angels, actively advocating for a Matiang'I presidency, it shocks conscience. And let me say this. It is President Ronald Reagan who said that every politician wants to say that they were born in a log cabin that they built themselves, and that I think also it is Martin Luther King Jr. who says that. No, it is not Martin. It is John Bercow, the former speaker for UK, who says that every man can endure adversity, but to test a man's character, give him power. We have seen how Dr. Matiang'I has used power when he was in a place of responsibility. When our heroes like Professor Manyora, Senator Onyonka et al. Are telling us what a wonderful alternative Dr. Matiang'I would be, we must remember that the problem we have in the education sector called the CBC was brought in when we had Dr. Matiang'I there. Or even when he was there, he didn't engender, because part of the outcry then was that there was very little stakeholder management, and the government was bulldozing its way. Right now, the future of this country is hanging on the balance in part because Matiang'I was holding a place of responsibility. I moved to Interior when he was at Interior. And it is when we have always known that when a government is put in place, there are three critical things that a government must do: preserve the right to life, right to liberty, and as Americans put it, pursuit of happiness, which is the right to own property. That under Dr. Matiang'I, when he was at Interior, we saw how he deployed the state security apparatus to destroy the dwelling places of people, sometimes in contravention of court orders. And that brings me to my third point, that these elegant panelists you brought on board are describing, diagnosing the problem of Kenya as the colonial enterprise infrastructure that has endured to date, and that none of the presidents we have had before has had the courage to dismantle it. Kibaki attempted, I think, in the first 2 years of his presidency, and then he was overrun by the ethnic cabal around him. So my question is, and I think maybe a food for thought, that when Matiang'I was working for Uhuru, and I think it is the former MP for Nyeri, Kabando wa Kabando, who said that Uhuru would send people to Matiang'I. So therefore, Matiang'I, as a powerful government minister, then was acted in furtherance of that colonial edifice, which was, and that colonial edifice was to dispossess the people, to harass the people, to extract, to accumulate primitively. So the question is, and again, I'm putting this out as a food for thought, to what extent is Matiang'I presidency going to help us dismantle this colonial edifice that has ensured that even governments that come into office very promisingly quickly turn against the people and begin to brutalize those people? You know that Kibaki presidency was very brutal, because that is when under Mishuki we gunned young people down in central Kenya mercilessly without the benefit of due process. Remember, under Uhuru and under Matiang'I, during the post-election period of 2017, they gunned people down in Kisumu, and bodies were put in the lake with body bags. And in Nairobi, it was worse. The violence by the state under Matiang'I was inconceivable. And that is how the colonial edifice worked. So the question is, to what extent is the Matiang'I presidency going to help us make a fundamental departure from that? And maybe as I conclude, in respect and of the privilege you've allowed me to speak, that what about if we look for a candidate who believes in law and order, who does not have to be no nonsense, as Professor Manyora puts it, Because again, I agree with someone said that the no-nonsense we are talking about is someone who would come in, disregard the law, and brutalize the people. Thank you. That was my 2 cents. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Kitty, I really appreciate your sentiments as well. We want to bring it to a close, and I can see lots of our panelists as well. They've stepped off. I think we've gone way beyond time. Just looking at time, it is 12 o'clock right now. But I want to appreciate still Haman Manyora and Professor Masharia and Dr. James Nikal, who is still here. You've had the sentiments of Adul Raham, appreciating you as well. James Nikal, we are also looking and keeping our eyes peeled on your dockets. Make sure that the issue of the organ harvesting is tackled once and for all in this country. I want just to give you just a few minutes to give your closing remarks, sir, if you may. Dr. over to you. Dr. James Chicago.
Thank you for this opportunity. I think I hear from young people that really the change we need is very drastic, and it should look at issues and not personalities. I take that because I've also realized in politics, we tend to say who will lead us instead of asking the problem that needs to be solved. I think we must move from who to what is the problem to be solved. I think that's what I've summarized. About the organ harvesting is something, as we have said, we have to look at it in great detail. I think as much as time is of essence, accuracy of the facts will be more important. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. James Chikal. Thank you also for being amazingly patient. Really do appreciate. I want to just also give this mic to Professor Mashara Munene. Thank you for hanging on. As well. Your closing remarks, sir, if you may. Kindly unmute.
Okay, thank you very much. I think a lot of things have been said. We are living in very exciting times. We need to be open-minded, irrespective of where one stands. We have 2 years to go, at least constitutionally, before we have to vote for or against particular candidates. And a lot of them are going to bring themselves up. So to prejudge and say it's so and so or not so and so may not be very wise, because then when the votes come in and they are the opposite of what you expected, then you start complaining and saying something happened or did not happen. So being open-minded, it's an exciting time, and people should ask questions. The fact that something has been said by a prominent person, it does not necessarily make it correct or so. So the good part is that in a forum like this one, the Bar and Benji, you are providing very good service to the country for people to speak their minds and point out when things are going wrong or going right, whichever way. So that's my closing remarks. Let me say something that some people will be very annoyed with, because sometimes I've had some of these things, not once but many times. The 2007 election, we have yet to understand what happened. With all the information, the little that we know is that Kibaki won that election very narrowly. But a lot of funny stories have been told about it repeatedly, so that they sound as if they are true because they are repeated. And yet, there's a lot of investigation that needs to be done. The little that was done by Kriegler came to the conclusion there was nothing bad happened at the KICC, which was the official reason. And that's my end remarks of that.
Thank you, Prof. Really appreciate your sentiments and your remarks as well. I want just to find out if Haman Manyora is still on. Haman, I want to give you a sporting chance for giving your closing remarks, sir. Thank you for hanging on. I know it's cold wherever you are. Yes.
Thank you, Deva. Thank you for giving me this minute or so. I am particularly happy to listen to Weston, Shilaho, and Kidi, my good friend. I want to tell them that we had a clearly defined problem, or should I say topic, that Matiang'I had landed in town. What did we have to say about Matiang'I? Did he stand a chance? And we said the things we said about him. Just to tell Kiddy and Weston, the alternative would have been to tell the bar, look here, the bar, Matiang'I is just like Ruto, so please, let's close this debate. Let's meet here on Sunday next week, come with another topic. I want to finish by saying this, and I have mentioned it today, that within the context of what we call a democratic process, a process that then gives Kenyans an opportunity to choose a president every 5 years. The choices to the people of Kenya are defined by history, by the system, by what Kidi calls the colonial edifice. That choice is limited to Matiang'i, Ruto, Eugene, Gashagwa, Kalonzo Musyoka, Natembean. That is a choice that Kenyans are given by the system. We know all that. We are intellectually powerful enough to know that. And we know the band, Kidi Massive, listen, and my friend Weston, that to dismantle a system is not easy. A system is dismantled through a revolution. Whether that revolution be violent or not, whether that revolution be bloody or not, but it is a revolution. A country may be lucky if that is a revolution of the mind, as it has happened in places like El Salvador and a bit of Senegal and one or two other places, where the people can get to the conclusion that I mentioned this evening, that people can conclude that these leaders we have cannot see them through the challenges they face, and they completely reject the status quo politicians and so-called leaders and look for somebody like Manyora who can straighten things up. But until that time comes, and as we work towards that time, we are merely saying, of the choices available, do we have an individual who has some track record of doing things? And within the context of that limited choice, then the name Matiang'i stands out. That's all we are saying. We are not oblivious of the fact that the system has given us a very limited choice. And for us to break and get into a new Kenya, we will need something like a revolution. Who knows? People trusted Ruto. He was a savior. He has brought us where we are. Supposing we tried Matiang'i and he brings us where Ruto has brought, who knows? That might be what is required in this country, because I do know that hopelessness can breed the sort of anger that is necessary to usher in a new Kenya through a revolution. I just wanted to point out to Weston and the Kiddy that we are aware and we know that we are talking about the status quo, a system that we are using now, but that we deserve better. And one day we will get that better, because we continuously work towards getting that is better, that we deserve as the people of this country. Thank you.
Thank you, Harmon Manyora. I appreciate your sentiments as well. And thank you for hanging on until this time. I know most of them dropped off because we've gone way beyond time, and you always advise me as well, we shouldn't really go way beyond time. We want to wind up at that, but let me just hand it over to Benjin Dolo just to say a few words as well before we wind up. Benji, over to you.
Dibal, my brother, we are actually into Monday morning. It's quite unbelievable for me. These spaces have become a weekly ritual of intellectual rigor, of interrogation. I'm very impressed by every contribution made here this evening. Just to commend everybody for sobriety, for research, for ability to communicate, to articulate. Esther, I hear you, and it's not like we are trying to make this only a manel. No, this is a space that is very available and open to ladies. For some statistical reason, you find that there are very few ladies that put themselves forward, but I believe that we can change that progressively as we go. Thank you for your own contribution, for your own, together with Wanjiro and others, for your own curiosity and just intellectual acumen. We really appreciate that. Diba, let me sign off by saying that in every debate, and I'm in very many debates, online, offline, on TV, on radio, on podcasts, etc., you will notice one thing, Dibal, and I'm not here to campaign for anybody, some are even dead, that every time we're talking about good governance and every time an example comes up on where we've gotten it right or where we have begun to get it right, the name Kibaki comes up. And I was just saying this when it occurred to me that at the height of 2007 2008 violence, President Kibaki was advised to deploy the military and he adamantly refused. Now, why I find this so interesting, Dibal, is because Kibaki for many years was in Kanu and then he was in opposition. And it just baffles me how he rejected Kanu like in totality. Kanuism, Kanu culture, Kanu stuff, Kanu excesses. And so, as we look at candidates and as we look at looking at fielding different options and evaluating different options, I think, again, as I said at the beginning of this broadcast, the issue of character, the issue of moderation, the issue of just somebody being very, very measured, etc. There's a lot to learn from Kibaki, and it's a pity that we do not have maybe the kind of Carnegie School of Endowment and School of Government where we actually interrogate leadership deeply and look at our own examples and see what we can learn from, and therefore take from those lessons and say, what should the next candidate look like? Because it would not be fair to call one leader a dictator and then usher in another dictator. So I think today's was one of the most vibrant discussions. Very long, of course, it's past midnight. A big thank you to you, Dibal, for your patience, your guidance, your leadership, your temperament. It's actually what makes these spaces to stay alive. God bless everybody. Happy Easter. Be safe. No drinking and driving. It's raining. Look out for a brother. Look out for a sister. And let's do this again next Sunday. Good night, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Benji. Thank you so much, guys. We need to go here. And I want to thank our panelists again. I'll be remiss if I don't thank you, Professor Masharia, for hanging on as well. Haman Manyora, thank you for hanging on. In absentia, Honorable Richard Onyonka, the Senator of Namira. We had as well Dr. James Chikal as well, who has been here until the end. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I take it such an honor, Daktari. I really do appreciate, by the way. I want to thank also Professor Peter Kagwanja, who is here, Professor Karuti Kanyinga, Kabando. This gentleman, they've made the show such a treat today with the luminary insights that we've really gotten today. I really want to thank you so much. And as always, we wind up the show by saying, in essentials, unity, in non-essentials, liberty, in all things, charity. Kenya really stands at a dangerous intersection now where the value of life is being weighed against profit, power, and political convenience. And from this haunting cries of, well, Mary Hill, Mukuru's missing, of course, to the chilling silence of Shakahola's mass grave. And we can talk about the sterile holes also of institutions like what I've just mentioned, Mary Hill, what they're doing. We are reminded that our nation's wounds are not just physical, they're deeply moral. And I think that has been remarkably showcased here today. And there is also a remarkable concurrence on such an issue today. And as leaders posture and campaign, the people watch, wary, but they're not defeated, as you can hear from the sentiments here. Matiang'I's returns, of course, stirs the pot, yes. but can be the question everyone is asking, can he be the sergeant this country needs, or just another must undertake of broken promises? And you've heard his sentiments here today. And I want to thank you so much for your contribution. Thank you to you, Weston. Thank you to you, Kidi. Thank you to Esther. Thank you to Abdurrahman. Thank you to Abdi Nur as well, Alenga. I can't also forget Dr. Ignatius, all the way from Dubai. We really do appreciate it. Thank you. Let's do it next time. On Sunday, every Sunday, we're here where we tackle, of course, matters politics, matters economics and social governance in this country. I really do appreciate it. Thank you for being amazingly patient until this time. Today, we've gone way beyond time, I must say, but I want to thank you so much. Let's do it next Sunday. May God bless you as always, and may He be a pillar of cloud by day and a pillar of fire by night. May He bless your water, and may He bless your bread as well. Thank you. Master, peace and love be multiplied to you. Good evening.